Hello and welcome everyone to the NACL presented by The Real Cost. It is almost time, man. Los Angeles awaits, but we got one more series to get down. So join us while we decide our finalists. For the Cast Nest, my name is Eric Desarex Beltran. Joining me, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only Joshua Joshi Howard. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. It's good to be back. I did win my 40K yesterday, so that was pretty exciting. But we're here to talk about FearX Starforge and FlyQuest NZXT challengers coming through for one final matchup here, Desarex, and I can't wait to see which of these teams gets the double set of tickets.
But first, we got to cross our T's and dot our I's, Josh, because we got one set of awards to announce, and that is First Team All-Pro. So let's pull up our winners. Introducing your First Team All-Pro for NACL Summer 2024. In the top lane, FlyQuest NZXT Challengers, Surdy.
That's Philip. Surdy. Continuing this, the lethality though, Philip could chase him down. That World Ender gonna be popped now, and now Philip's in trouble. He's trying to get the kick away, but he's locked in with the chain! And you're locked in here with me, buddy, says Surdy.
In the jungle, Dragon steals Yuji.
Maybe Surdy goes straight in on the Rockboom. Rockboom not dead yet. Sephiroth Bolt will claim his life though. And now Time on the other side can engage. FlyQuest starting to take down the bodies of Dragon Steel. Spyrax going down too. Seismic Shove gets Yuji one though. Bradley still full health, has the damage though. And the knockup from Chog sets him up. Bradley's not going to be baited this time. Zamudo can't get the distance covered.
In the mid lane, Dragon steals Spyrax.
2 strikes, he's getting locked down though. Lightning crashes there, now re-engage from Zyko, and those wings, it's not the Elder Dragon, but it's the Dragon from Dragon Steel, and they've gotten a double kill for Spyrax.
On ADC, Dragon steals Scary Jerry.
This engage from Zyko on the Tenacity. Looks like a flash critic coming out of Scary Jerry to find the Smolder in the back end. And then Scary Jerry just
incredible.
With the fight, given how it was kind of laid out, he just gets to find a front to back. That ult on the Young is fantastic. Again, just playing back, playing with his face, finding the cues. Great fight from Scary Jerry.
And on support, Dragon steals Zyko.
Yeah, our servers, Zyko's in fog. Zyko has a big engage if he wants it. Has flash.
This whole time. Firestorm going over though. There's that 4-man knockup into the 4-man lightning crash. Hey, Dragon Steel, they're popping off. That's a big bullet time, but it's stopped in its tracks. 4 members strong, still alive for Dragon Steel.
Man, these Dragon Steel guys, 9-0, perfect season. 4 of them going to end up being all-pro for the first team. Surdy able to slide on in and make sure that it's not all Dragon Steel across the board.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things where you start looking at how the third and the second all-pro teams come through and you're like, wait a second, where are all the Dragon Steel players? Like, oh, okay, well, we have a pretty good idea where the rest of them are going to be ending up. They've been looking very dominant throughout the regular season, and they still have yet to drop a single series.
Yeah, all the credit in the world, man. 9-0 perfect season, first time we ever had it in Tier 2. They looked amazing in every series that we've seen, and even coming into the playoffs, there are first finalists, there are first qualified for the America's Challengers. Everything's looking good in 2024 for Dragon Steel, and a big shout out to Surdy as well, who's an absolutely dominant top laner, able to etch his name up there with the greats in that first team All-Pro. But
that's
now,
not it.
Yeah,
we have more awards too. We'll get to that in just a moment because the playoffs bracket, we are getting close to the end of it. Remember, we've had so many best of 5s along the way. Every single matchup down there in the lower bracket, a best of 5. They had a long arc of Blue Otter, really showcasing that they might be able to break through to the next level. But now it's FearX Starforge and FlyQuest Challengers going up against Dragon Steel, which will be live at the Riot Games Arena next weekend, Desarex. We will also be announcing these other awards. We still have the most valuable prospects to award, the most improved, and the rookie of the split. And remember, those are all regular season awards. We've already voted on them. We're waiting to see who's actually going to be receiving them.
And you were itching to talk about those awards, but I don't blame you. They're exciting ones to see, especially with some of the names that we have up there. And the potential for a 2-time MVP in Yuji. We'll see if that ends up coming true, but now we got to start focusing on the series of the day. And that is going to be Fear Starforge versus FlyQuest NZXT.
And these two teams are itching for this rematch. They have both 2-1'd each other previously this split. One of them picking FlyQuest actually winning during the regular season, and Fear X Starforge finding the win during playoffs. So they're currently 3-3 in game score, but one of them has to break that tie right now as they look for their opportunity to play for those finals, because there's a lot on the line, Desrex. Not only is it the Tier 2 tournament, America Challengers, but also we have the trip to the Riot Games Arena where they get to play on stage yet again.
Yeah. And, you did bring up earlier that this is a rematch of what happened earlier in the upper bracket. And yeah, if you did watch that was kind of a wild series to see. Both Game 1 and Game 2 were comeback victories from both teams, which meant that really it could have been a sweep either way. Nonetheless, it was Fear who were able to come out on top. Let's start pulling out the rosters so we can dissect this in a little bit of a magnifying lens right now, because considering the magnitude of a game that we have coming up right here, again, you were talking about everything that's on the line. We have to watch very closely to see how much these players have developed since the last time they faced off. Let's pull up Fear Starforge.
This is definitely a roster that has a lot of experience. Pretty much everybody here has had Tier 1 experience playing, and we've been able to see that on full showcase. Ablaze Olive here in the mid lane, the man of the hour, the player that we're going to be looking at quite a bit from Fear X Starforge, and probably the one player, along with his jungler XU, that can really challenge the 2v2 dominance that we've been seeing from Spyrex and Yuji on Dragonsteel. And it's going to be a tall order here for FlyQuest NZXT to even overcome the strength that these two players have.
But you do need to remember that who they are up against is no slouch whatsoever. They do have a tall task, these Reapers. They've been developed quite well. I mean, again, every single one of these members do have LCS experience. So it's about bringing that all together, giving them the best environment to actually mash, mend. They were flown out to Cincinnati by their org to go ahead and practice under the Cincinnati Esports Innovation Lab. So they have a place to actually concentrate together, to go over tape together, to be a team together. And you're going to need it because their opponents on the Rift, it is FlyQuest NZXT Challengers. And this team right here, I mean, it's the defending champions. The only thing that is different is the mid lane, Bradley returning to the mid lane role after he was back in that top lane. But there we go, FlyQuest NZXT, Josh.
And we have to note, as people are coming in from the LCS, congratulations to 100 Thieves on taking down Cloud9 and earning their spot at Worlds. These guys are also playing for a spot at Academy Worlds, because whoever wins this one will actually be going to the International Tier 2 tournament, and FlyQuest NZXT Challengers right on the cusp of making it, with so many of these players recognizable to the LCS audience, with players like Shaden and Shine, people that you've seen quite a bit. We also have to note, we have a lot of these players. I think Surdy is one that a lot of people already know from how loud he's been on social media, how good he's been in solo queue.
Oh, yeah.
But if you've been a fan of Masu, Sajed not far behind.
Yeah, FlyQuest really do take development seriously. Quad and Masu have come from their developmental system. But, FlyQuest, this isn't the same level of FlyQuest that we saw from last season. And if you watch the post-game interview from the last series they played against Supernova, Sajed talks about how Quad kind of spoiled them a little bit, and they've been relearning how to fight and how to play as a team without having someone who's such a big impact. I mean, that doesn't take away from Bradley. Even Sajed said that. Bradley is not bad. It was just Quad who was taking on more responsibilities than normal.
And Sajed also had a lot to say about his opponents in yesterday's post-game interview, and he's been saying there's some beef going on between FlyQuest and Fear, and we will get to see how it will resolve on the Rift today. And Sajed, in particular, calling out Instinct as someone who doesn't really know when he's supposed to be backing.
Yeah, I have the direct quote from that. He said, "Feels like he's playing solo queue, like he's just chilling in bushes and never basing on good times." I mean, that's our rookie of the split calling you out, Instinct, so you got to put up some big hands.
We'll see what they can do. We know Instinct has been a player who has oftentimes had issues with the laning phase in the past, but has been a fantastic team fighter. It's all about getting him to those positions. So Jed, I think we can level a very similar set of criticisms. The laning has gotten better, especially under the tutelage of Chime over the past two splits, and we will get to see how it shakes out. I do like the Nasus ban coming through. We did get to see Bradley was willing to play that, but also, if you see that Aurora ban, we have to remember that Aurora is globally banned on Tier 1, but down here in Challengers, it is not banned.
Yeah, not going to be banned here. Different regulations, kind of things work different here in the tier 2 system. So we get to see some Aurora, which we probably will see Aurora as the game develops. In the FlyQuest series, for example, they were willing to let it go in game 3. I do think game 3 has a lot of weight because it's the last time you have a regular draft, so it's the last time you can let some of those champions through. So as we get later into the fearless drafts, we should see more of that, but for now, things are going to be on the standard side as we get more jungle bans and Nidalee taken away.
And it's also worth noting that there is a very significant champion that has gotten through the bans that was completely absent in several drafts before, and that is the Senna, which is still available to both Fear and FlyQuest looking at the rest of it. But Fear don't seem to want to be playing that. Instead, they're going to be grabbing the Ziggs early on. Remember, because we are playing full Fearless, if a champion is selected once throughout the course of the series, no other player is allowed to play it for the rest of that series. So the Ziggs coming through right away is Fear Starforge throwing a bit of an interesting challenge right off the bat, saying we don't need an 80 carry to actually take things down.
This is not going to be a bad reply coming out from FlyQuest right out the gates, because they're going to get the long-range engage going with that Maokai and a very strong top laner in the Renekton, something that Surdy can have a lot of agency on in that top side. It's responded to with the front line of Fear Starforge now built up, Sejuani and Cassante locked in.
The fact that Philip is going towards the Cassante immediately says a lot about how he's looking to be playing the rest of the series and the rest of potentially the tournament, because typically Philip has loved playing the Gragas into the Renekton, but this time going into the Cassante says that he's not quite as confident in his ability to take down Surdy even with that counter matchup. He just wants an individually strong champion, and right now both sides very strong front lines to play around, but FlyQuest have really strong tools to try and dive onto Instinct and make him uncomfortable with the draft. And with no Maokai available to Fear Starforge, they're going to have to look for more damage. They really need a second and possibly a third threat to come through to make sure that they can keep Instinct alive.
And Sajed is going to be a big threat on this Kai'Sa. That's one I want to watch out for, because if you remember in the game 1, part of that comeback was through Sajed being able to find the backline cleanup. So you have a lot of strong engage, you have a lot of dive coming through from FlyQuest in the first part of this draft coming through. Now it seems like the focus is going to be potentially around both the mid lane and the bottom lane, because technically you can flex the Ziggs. It's more likely to be in the bot lane, though.
Yeah, I don't really see a Blaze Olive being likely to play this one. We have not seen him play it so far during the regular season. In fact, it would only be Instinct's second game of the Ziggs, but Blaze Olive is a player that has relied so much on playing characters in mid lane that have a lot of agency. He actually, I believe the player has played the most Jace games in the entire league, with 5 of them so
Some
far.
nasty Jace games, too.
He's looking to be much more proactive than the Ziggs would generally let him be, and as we see a bunch of supports banned away from FlyQuest, Chime not going to have the same kind of easy engages. You have to be a little bit more inventive when you play this role than when you play the Leona or the Nautilus.
Yeah, when you're talking about that Jace, man, I think back to the first series. It was game number 3 that ABO pulled it out and just dominated with it. Well, now Fear Starforge going to build up more of that front line. They do got the Alistair, so it gives them incredibly strong engage paired with the Sejuani. So his front line very chunky, lots of crowd control. Finish it off with the Corki getting locked in for Fear Starforge.
Yeah, this is a very interesting draft from Fear, because you have to remember, because this is Fearless and because everything in a best of 5 depends on getting to that third game, it doesn't matter how many you drop along the way, you just have to win 3. Whoever's on the blue side has had a lot of advantages so far throughout this playoffs bracket, and now Fear, they pick a very standard front-to-back style of composition. They have some decent engage tools with the Sejuani and the Alistar, they have some tricks that they can play with the Cassante, but if you're just looking at front-to-back style damage, FlyQuest picking up Bradley's Smolder at the very end of this have fantastic tools to rip through all of these tanks, because he does not care later in the game about how much resistances they have, because he's doing true damage.
And some other things to point out about this draft. I mean, for example, you talked about the Renekton getting locked in. When I think of Philip, 2 of his best champions, Renekton and Gragas, so that technically counts as one of those takeaways from a champion that Philip normally could have big agency on. So it's good looking out coming out from FlyQuest. Both of our teams now finished with their draft as we get ready for game number 1. Fear Starforge versus FlyQuest NZXT.
Make sure you pop off in the chat as to which team you think should be taking this one down. FXS for Fear Starforge, or Fly C for the FlyQuest NZXT Challengers. Now, Deserex, one of the things I do want to point out in this game is how quickly Fear was actually drafting all of their champions. They started off with Ziggs, that was fast. They saw the Runekton and the Maokai come through for FlyQuest, and they're like, okay, we're going to immediately grab Sejuani and Cassante. And then, as the rest of the draft ended out, the Alistar and the Corki, once again, very fast. This is a very confident draft for Fear X Starforge. This is the kind of drafting that you do when you're confident in the game plans that you have come up with. And now, on the blue side, with a very confident draft, if Fear X Starforge actually dropped this one, it's going to do a lot of damage to players' morale when you are so confident in what you had going in.
Most definitely. It feels like morale is definitely going to be a big thing, a big factor into this one as things do develop. Keep in mind, there is beef, and sometimes that leads to tilt when those emotions start to overflow. Well, as we get into this game, be sure to stay updated with all things NACL. Follow us on YouTube, X, as well as Twitch. NACL, the Watch NACL is the X handle right now, as we already have an attack going on in the mid lane. ABO just going to simply Valkyrie away as Winsome joins the mid lane as well.
You say simply Valkyrie away, but that's the kind of thing that showcases a lot of presence of mind, saying, we know that there's potential ganks coming through. We did have this ward already down. There is nobody down here in the bot lane. And this is some of the more unusual versions of laning that we have seen evolve over the past couple of months, as it is the top laners and the bot laners both in the top lane. The supports are playing mid lane, and nobody's playing the bot lane. If you needed more proof that that's the most irrelevant lane and marksmen are just crybabies, I think this is the perfect example of that.
Yo, minions, EXP, they're going to waste the bot lane. Come on, why will you just... things get wild when we start getting into the lane swaps. Yeah, look at all that. Look at all that.
Yeah.
That could have fed us for today, Josh, man.
But you can't just like leave right away, because if your opponents are going to call that bluff, suddenly you can lose out on a lot. But Instinct, the first one, hey, maybe this is a good decision. He's already level 2. Neither Sajed nor Surdy have matched him just quite yet, and so this will give over a little bit of pressure to Instinct. He will have a little bit more free time than Sajed does on the other side of the map. At the same time, though, Philip and Surdy now left in a very awkward situation up in the top side of the map. They are returning to a neutral wave state, and typically, this is when Renekton really starts to feel powerful around level 3.
Here we go, Instinct. You're a little bit out of position, buddy. Might need to burn the flash to get away. No, he's close enough to the tower, so he will get away. Only using that satchel charge to find his escape.
He'll be A-okay. And now Philip, this is actually a really dangerous lane state, especially as that minion takes another tower shot, because the waves are going to be pushing towards Surdy. And both the junglers are already top lane. Surdy has not had to burn any mana whatsoever, and it's going to put Philip in a very dangerous position. But with both junglers now showcasing themselves on the top side of the map, the health advantage that Surdy has picked up means that he can turn this around and prevent Philip from farming if he plays it right.
Scuttle Crab gonna get contested right here, but Shaden far too late, and the Scuttle Crab far too far away. Here comes a headbutt coming out from Winsome to run a little bit of interference, as a little bit of spice is being found in the bottom lane thus far. Now, as we do continue, one of the things I find interesting heading into this match is it's FlyQuest who are kind of considered the underdogs, you know, both in seeding and the fact that Fear came up from the lower bracket to fall down here. See a little bit more of a skirmish breaking out. I want to see how that concludes. But yeah, it does put an interesting thing considering there are defending champions from Spring.
Yeah. One of the major reasons why we did see Fear X Starforge coming out ahead, and why this has been such an interesting matchup, is up in the top side. Surdy versus Philip has generally been a matchup where we expect Surdy to be winning out on a lot of the laning phases, and Philip has had some instances where he has looked really good, where he has stifled a lot of the play that Surdy wants to up in the top half of the map, but that is usually because he's getting attention from XU, because XU is moving towards the top side, helping out his top laner. But in games where that doesn't happen, we've oftentimes seen Philip fall significantly behind going up against Surdy, and we have not seen either jungler really pay attention. They show top lanes like, hey, I'm here, don't do anything too silly, but after that, it really hasn't been any presence coming from either side, and now to move towards the top side, maybe there's a chance, but Philip's already starting to fall behind.
I mean, what I've seen from Philip in the past that I do admire from him is sometimes he could just lose lane with grace, where he's not dying a whole lot, he's absorbing a lot of pressure, they're diving him and he's still staying alive. But as you said, this is the first team All-Pro in Surdy over in that top lane, which means you have a tough opponent to try and absorb all that pressure from. When teleport's being used, Surdy will be able to return back to lane. Did get matched earlier. Philip was burning that. It's Surdy who's going to have the CS lead.
It's also worth noting that that has been a pretty significant growth in Philip over the past year or so. I believe it was summer 2023 where he had some of the highest solo kills, but also the highest incidence rate of being solo killed in the entire league. And Philip, since then, has become a lot better at neutralizing a lot of these plays, going for better opportunities, and both junglers once again showing themselves top lane.
Yeah, I really do like it from Philip because, especially when he came back down from Tier 1, our expectations were a little bit mixed, and it felt like he wasn't even really meeting those. He was kind of just net neutral. We weren't seeing growth. This is the first season where I'm like, man, Philip's really got something to prove. He's really got something to show.
Yeah. Starting up the Grubs. First one is going to be going over to Fear X Starforge, partly because they have a Winsome already here in the top side of the map. We're still fighting for the second one. XU smites that and goes for Shade.
Right. Oh, level 6 right away, which means you can snap that engage right onto him. ABO will grab first blood.
Really good awareness from XU, knowing that after the second Grub goes down, he was going to hit level 6. Not a moment of hesitation, immediately picking up Shaden, and Surdy not able to join, already throwing out the Dominance. Chime too slow on the map to rotate, and Fear X Starforge coming out to a bit of a lead. Normally, Fear X Starforge are not the team that blows out the game during the laning phase. It's oftentimes FlyQuest who rely on their individual lanes to make that happen, but Fear X Starforge already have this small gold lead going up against one of the most dominant early game teams in the league.
You know, sometimes I do feel like it's a little bit of overconfidence coming out of Shaden. In the past, we've seen Shaden on carry jungles get double-digit kills in multiple games in a row and look absolutely phenomenal. Sometimes he's in places where he really shouldn't be trying to find engages he can't really succeed on. I feel like that was one of those cases right there, trying to follow up on the Void Grubs, did get caught out. Got to temper some of that aggression in order to find success for FlyQuest.
We also know that historically Shaden has had a lot of trouble doing well in games where his first couple of plays go poorly. If he's playing something like the Viego or the Kindred or the Graves or something, he's going to pick and pull at their opponents over and over again to try and find all of these opportunities. On the Maokai, it's a little bit harder to make that happen because you don't have the damage to make plays happen yourself, but this time around he is going to be getting the first Hextech Dragon of the game for FlyQuest. And we're also noting that the bottom side of the map is going a little bit in favor of FlyQuest challengers, but more than that, we are seeing that up on the top side, Philip has done a good job recovering from some of the early issues that he was having, partly because the Bramble Vest is so good into this Renekton.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. He can absorb pressure well, and he's able to recover against Sturdy, which has got to feel really good after some of the shenanigans we had in that early game. Now, invade coming out from XU into the red side jungle. No one is really there to contest. A lot of priority coming out from Fear. So this quadrant does belong to XU.
A lot of freedom, but Sajed just getting auto attacks and Instinct. That's very dangerous.
Time goes in, doesn't find the crash down onto Instinct. Winsome's getting caught out though. As the Maokai ultimate comes through, stunned, locked up. Is this cow waiting for the final auto? Sajed will get the kill.
Yeah, that one I have a hard time blaming Winsome for ultimately, because Instinct just taking as many auto attacks as he did, giving the opportunity for FlyQuest to be more aggressive, just leaves Winsome in a no-win situation. I have been fairly critical of Winsome so far throughout this season, just because his engages have been unpredictable, shall we say. Sometimes they're very good, but other times like, wow, I don't know what that one was at all. This time around though, FlyQuest just muscling their way through the bottom lane and also now paying attention topside.
It can be very, very hit and miss for Winsome. Looking for a hit over on this top side. Shaden walking into the brush to clear out the ward. Doesn't realize something waits in the river. Will not step up just yet. He does have the saplings to check, but instantly backs off. Still going to get caught out by the headbutt pulverize. Arctic Assault follows through. It's 2 tanks, so not a lot of damage to actually take down Shaden, which allows for the counter engage from Chime. But here comes ABO to match. Critically low is Winsome, trying to put out some distance. ABO, Valkyrie over the wall, can kill Shaden. Will settle for the Croc instead.
Fear are just rotating faster on the map. This happens yet again. We get to see them going through, and Sajed, he's like, oh, you don't have a satchel?
Ooh, he's got a killer instinct, boy, and he's ready to put it on display. One more auto goes 3, and Instinct is dead.
Sajed finding the 1v1 kill after calling out Instinct yesterday. That satchel charge going amiss just completely gets him killed, but this time up on the top side of the map, instead we get to see that Corki moving faster. Blaze Olive is here faster than the mid laner for FlyQuest. Bradley not moving at the right speed, and that means that a Blaze Olive gets to come in, do all the damage, and Winsome barely getting out of that. We saw that this got a bunch of grubs for Fearx Starforge earlier. Now finds him some kills in the top lane, and it would have been all good if it wasn't for this meddling Sajed.
Yeah, our 2024 Rookie of the Split 2-0 has all the kills that FlyQuest have grabbed in the early game so far and is able to finish off that static shiv early. Meanwhile, though, it's working in favor of Fear Starforge. 4 grubs, looking for Grubageddon.
Yeah, the half, ABO?
Yo, he's got to go. But he's got friends over there. It's going to be okay.
Yeah, I was expecting that he was going to need the flash, but Chime not willing to commit, not knowing exactly where all the members of Fearx Starforge were up in the top half of the map. Now we are going to be switching it up for Instinct. Knowing that he can't really go head-to-toe with Sajed for a little while does mean you have to get him out of that. You need to get some gold onto the Ziggs, and putting him into the Kaisa has clearly not been working so far. So, Fearx Starforge send Instinct to win some topside. Hopefully he can get a couple of plates before they fall off.
Focus is going to be in the mid lane, hiding in the fog of war. Shaden will come empty-handed as the wave does get cleared out. But so far, what a display out of Sajed in this bottom lane. It is where FlyQuest are finding their power point. And to some extent to be expected. FlyQuest, they keep raising these incredible marksmen from their development system. You know, Masu did come from 2023 FlyQuest Challengers. Now Sajed trying to follow in those steps.
Yeah, I definitely think there's a lot to be said about Sajed because there was a big question, right? There was a lot of comparisons for Sajed to Masu, who's now one of the favorites up in the LCS. He's been looking fantastic, especially come playoffs. Sajed is a player who had a very similar style and skill set to Masu about a year ago, right? If you just took Masu and put him a year backwards in time, that's basically where you found Sajed. I do think Sajed is almost as good as Masu was in the last split. Not necessarily in terms of like winning the most valuable prospect, but still very powerful. You can see that there's been a lot of growth. He was a player that had some issues with the lane, but we just got to see that killer instinct, picking him up a kill down in the bot lane, showcasing that he's put a lot of work into limit testing and showing what he's able to do on the Rift.
Yeah, you have so much talent around you. Sometimes it's hard to stand out. Sajid's still able to do that even on his rookie year. Fear Starforge will start to set up around the dragon. Infernal Drake has just spawned, but FlyQuest will be quicker to get control of the river and pull the dragon.
Yeah, Surdy a little bit low, trying to make sure that Philip doesn't have the HP to successfully go for a teleport, but the top lane is not going to be relevant as we do just have Instinct on a little bit of an awkward side here, not even having great items. He's going to be a free dragon going over to FlyQuest and their second one of the game.
That setup was incredibly awkward, and XU is going to completely whiff his ultimate. Fate breaks out over on the top side. Surdy might get soloed by Philip. No, he will be able to get away. Now looking back towards the river. Engage onto Winsome. The bomb goes down, doesn't find its damage onto Winsome, but Bradley will chase him down. And now going after ABO, going after Instinct, both at about half health. Bradley can't chase anymore. Underneath the tower, Fear Starforge find their safety, but FlyQuest find a Drake and a kill.
Man, I was watching the top side of that the entire time. I really wish I got to see the setup and how it was that FlyQuest actually got an engage going onto Fear X Starforge, because the kill and the dragon going through, we don't see a kill being matched up on the top side, but at least Fear X Starforge, they've had a history of getting all these grubs. They have the Grubageddon going already. Now they're going to be starting up the Rift Herald, and with no Shaden on the side of the map, it's going to be very difficult for FlyQuest to contest it.
Gerald getting started up. All the meanwhile, let's take another look onto this top side. Philip was so close to getting the solo kill on Surdy.
Yeah, very, very close. We got to see that the flash potentially could have come out from Philip in order to try and match the flash coming through from Surdy with how low he goes after that, but not quite having the Q cooldown ready to go, not exactly knowing the cooldown of the opponents, ends up getting the pot on the other side of the map, though. Here we get to see the replay. XU just has to block this out after throwing out the ultimate, and we'll never know. I'll never know.
It's a mystery. But yeah, so
Now
far
I'll
so...
know.
Okay, never mind. Bring it back.
All right, we're back. So I was watching the mini-map at the same time, like the little bar along the bottom, to see where it was that like XQ's ultimate was, because that's the last thing I remember seeing on the bottom half of this fight. Because they think they see an opportunity for go to Bradley, but the flap gives him right out. As everything turns around, XQ has to take that for the rest of his team. And there it is, Tribe just jumping right on into Winsome, and they just do not have the damage on the other side of the map, kind of knocking Shaden out of the middle of the damage with the Kaisa that is so strong already, just able to rip through the cow, even through the ultimate.
And missing that ultimate from XU, you know, that was a big punishment right there. That took away a lot of your crowd control and a lot of your agency in the fight. Now Fear going to try and find one on Shaden, able to take one kill. ABO will secure it. Teleport comes in. Will it continue? Phillips looking for an angle, but does not have it. FlyQuest back off, and we go even in kills.
Both top laners teleport up to the top side of the map, and it is just a trade coming through. Overall, I mean, we did get to see a kill on the other side, but now with the Rift Herald still in Fear X Starforge's hands, they do have this small gold lead, and now Philip playing with fire a little bit. Doesn't know that Chime and Surdy are still around.
Bradley stepping up into the face of Philip. Meanwhile, Sajed just hit level 11, so that will give him his second level into that Killer Instinct. But Philip stuck around too long, and the trap was sprung. Oh. Philip gets dropped, but you might lose your support in the process. Chime will be traded out, and it's a 1-for-1 in the top side.
And that's a third kill going over to a Blaze Olive. He's the richest man on the map. 3 kills now. The Trinity Force is already completed. This becomes a big question of how Fear X Starforge want to play it the rest of the game. They have this very strong Corki. They have a Ziggs that's doing okay, but it's all about how Blaze Olive and Sajed are going to be interacting in these upcoming fights. And FlyQuest, they already have 2 dragons. They have a Smolder on their team. That's not supposed to be happening this early on into the game. So there's so many eggs in the Blaze Olive basket at this point. You really need to use this Trinity Force plus Muramana Spike over the next several minutes before Bradley can hit that 225.
And ABO has been clutching out a lot of games recently for Fear Starforge. At the same time, Fear Starforge, they do have 6 grubs, which means that when ABO hits these side lanes, he can take out these turrets quite quickly. As that bottom turret does fall, that puts him at 301 on the KDA. He currently has a 350 gold bounty. I'm sure he's cashing in on a lot, and already 2 items completed thus far, now finishing off his boots on the recall. Yeah,
and he is significantly ahead of everyone else on the map, over 1,000 ahead of Sajed at the moment. So he's going to be skyrocketing his way through this game. And there was a lot of opportunities in the past. We got to see players like APA doing this. We also got to see Jojo Gun doing it earlier today, where if you just put this Corki off in a side lane by himself, you don't necessarily need to play for all these team fights. You can just get a ton of farm. You can take down all of these structures, and it'll help out your economy. However, it does not change the fact that Bradley is slowly stacking up. This Kaisa is just going to be doing more DPS towards a lot of these tanky members with this on-hit style of build. They do need to accelerate somewhat.
There's a timer on some of these threats. Chime looks for an angle after the charge of the Rift Herald. Still mid lane tower, not down just yet. Finally does fall. FlyQuest with Chime and Surdy lead into the river. Have to take the route into the jungle to meet up as a full 5. This is Dragon Soul Point if FlyQuest and ZXT do take it.
Another dragon, Fear X Starforge. They're moving in an interesting way because XU not syncing up with Philip, trying to zone out any potential flank angles coming through from Chime. But the 80 carries for Sajed and Bradley very far away from their front lines.
See the dragon stacking coming out from FlyQuest. They want to continue that stacking. Now they have Chime right on the flank. He gets chased away. Shaden's still going to go in, but it might be too late. He's going to drop. So does ABO. The follow-up from the Croc finds its mark. Now Sajed trying to create some space. Bradley getting chased down by Philip. Philip on the Cassante wants to go all out, all in. Finds a kill. Now the next baby dragon pulled in and slain by the Cassante. FlyQuests are chased away. XU extended engage. Wants to find Sajed. It's Winsome with the headbutt pulverized. Stick him on the horns. Fear Starforge take the team fight win.
Everything was looking so good for FlyQuest, and then they get turned around by XU and Philip. AVO not able to stand tall in that last one, but it did not matter when Cassante things are happening at the same time, showcasing there are more threats on this team than just a Blaze Olive. They're going to be able to stop the dragon stacking a little bit, but Desterux even with this gold lead, I'm not comfortable really putting Fearx Starforge significantly ahead. The 2 dragons that FlyQuest have gotten are already much higher quality dragons, and Bradley already over 200 stacks on this Smolder. He's getting so close to doing ridiculous damage in the rest of the game, and as we identified before, when he starts doing true damage to characters like Cassante and Sejuani, it does not matter what the resistances look like.
Dude, I'm not ready to say any team is winning because of what happened when they were in the upper bracket. Fear had a 6K lead 30 minutes in FlyQuest win. FlyQuest have a 7K lead 30 minutes in Fear win. So you never know with these teams. They can pull off comebacks out of nowhere. And the comeback potential, very alive from what you were saying, Josh, that Smolder, it scales up.
Both teams absolute masters at finding their opportunities to come back into the game. And with FlyQuest already in this position, the Smolder feels like the perfect champion into the draft that Fearx Starforge had built up for themselves. And we did identify at the very beginning, Fearx Starforge need to win this game. With FlyQuest NZXT, you know, they want to win this game, of course, but they do just need to find one upset of the blue side map picks that Fearx Starforge will have, and now Fear, they want to amplify the pace of the game.
Are dancing around this Baron. Take away the blast plant. Already move number 1. Surdy does have teleport, so he can't stay in the side lane to continue pressuring, but it's Sajed who's left by himself. Will use the Killer Instinct as a way out.
A little surprised Philip just didn't just open up that fight with the ultimate, pulling him back towards Instinct. Either way, though, it is going to be a Blaze Olive up on the top side of the map. Should be getting another structure, trading for the one on the bottom half, as Philip not there in time to stop Surdy from taking it. Maybe fight, though.
So you did get the Q3, so they are going to duke it out. Thing is, they're both high health. Not exactly the highest damaging towards each other. It is a slight wet noodle fight. And it's not one of those where we have like Warmogs on both of them, so they can't just back off and he'll take back up. That's why Surdy is going to take the extended route back.
Yeah, he knows he doesn't have anyone on the side of the map that will be able to interact quickly enough. But there it is, Bradley already over that crucial 225. Generally, you expect to see that happen sometime around the spawn of Dragon 4, but because the first Dragon spawned a little bit, or was taken down a little bit late, he's going to have it for when you would normally expect the soul fights to start. So Bradley, very strong in this game. We're going to be watching how much damage he has and whether or not he'll be able to do the damage to the tanks to allow this team to get to Instinct.
That's actually really nice in terms of how fast he was able to stack it. I mean, before Smolder got his nerfs, this is around the time where he was actually hitting these stacks. Shaden in the top side is looking for ABO, who does flash just out of range of the Maokai ultimate. Fear Starforge taking positioning, pushing that line of scrimmage into the jungle of FlyQuest, getting a lot of vision in there.
That flash is very punishable. I think that is the opportunity that FlyQuest have been looking for in order to turn this game on its head. Remember how effectively Surdy and Sajed were able to dive onto a Blaze Olive in the last Dragon fight. Even though they ended up losing the fight, taking down a Corki on 2.5 items is way more impactful than taking down a Corki who's sitting on like 1.5. What we saw last time around. So now Fearx Starforge, they have to be very careful. Blaze Olive can't take the same number of risks. He can't be the same kind of Giga carry unless FlyQuest give him the kind of fight that he wants.
So that FlyQuest are trying to respond to some of the choices that Fear Starforge have. Shaden has opted to go for the Locket as well as the NACLs. So when you're getting some of that AoE damage, especially from like Mega Inferno Bomb, Locket will have a lot of value in situations like that. But it also means that Shaden is going to be a little more squishy, these high damage champions that are going to be hunting him down. And we've seen Shaden blow up at the start of fights quite a few times. He has to pick his positioning much more carefully.
Winsome also making sure that the rest of his team not able to reset on the timers that they want to. So FlyQuest will be a little bit late coming out to this next Dragon. Typically, Maokai is one of the best champions at setting up for these dragons, but you have to be there first. And with no Leandres, you're not going to be doing the same amount of damage every single time someone walks into one of these bushes. It's mostly just about the information that you will be gaining. But Fearx Starforge, they're not really setting up to play for the dragon. And in fact, Winsome backing relatively late already has spent all of his wards on the top half of the map, which says to me that they might not be as interested in playing for this dragon.
Be a Chemtech Dragon that's on the table. Neither team is at soul point. So Fear would be okay giving it up. It's not the biggest loss. It's not the biggest soul. Grabbing Baron would be an absolute response. I mean, Fear Starforge, look at the logo. It's purple. They look good in it.
And the green
I do too, by the way.
Yeah? You look in purple?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Worn many purple suits in our finals, you know?
That is true. A lot of purple shirts. We'll see. We'll see what you decide to wear next time around. FlyQuest not moving towards the dragon at all. Instead, just taking the time to give Bradley a little bit more money on the opposite side of the map. Bradley still doing a good job. He and Sajed about equal in gold, but still lagging behind Ablaze Olive, who's extended his individual gold lead to about 2,000 across the board against most of the members of FlyQuest Challengers. And Yurex Starforge, now with this over-indexing towards the bottom side, putting the pressure on the second bot lane turret.
Zerdy and Chime here to defend. There's 4 members of Fear Starforge in the area. 5th with Instinct walking through the jungle right now. And always keep in mind, it was Grubageddon that was picked up, 6 grubs. So anytime that Fear Starforge have with these turrets means a lot of damage. Shaden's looking for an angle, throws out the sapling, does get some vision, but it's not the targets he wants.
Fear Starforge pull all of the members of FlyQuest NZXT down towards the bottom side, and they still have Ziggs on their team. They do not need to get the wave all the way in, just close enough for him to throw out a satchel charge to pick this one up.
Like all these bombs from the fog of war that you have to deal with, it's so hard to push vision forward.
Oh, kill him.
Here we go. Engage coming out. XU goes for it. Mega Inferno Bomb gonna land, but not much damage really off of that engagement. So now FlyQuest looking for the counter engage, but you do have the cow for the defense. Shaden will go in, finds ABO, but there's no one to really back him up. He will burn down. Bradley steps up, but he's watching his members get cut down as another move forward from Philip does not find Surdy, but it's a double kill for Bradley. Now the long chase Instinct once more, and so does XU. Sajid the only survivor in a 3-for-4 trade.
Oh my gosh, that fight was absolutely wild. So many ults traded back and forth at the beginning, but Ablaze Olive finds a perfect moment to jump in and do a ton of damage in that fight. Instinct and Jed, the 2 players standing tall at the end, but this all starts off rather odd as both teams are like, I don't know if I really want to go for this fight. But then as Winsome, the 1 player, goes in, finds a double knockup, and Sajed loses way too much of the HP to ever try and dive into a Blaze Olive or onto Instinct. And so both these Yordles just with enough space around the rest of the fight. So Sajed and Bradley have to play relatively defensively. But at the very end, it's XU. Goes in, finds multiple kills at the end, finds a double kill. They end up getting the turret that they came for, and the gold lead for Fear Starforge continuing to stack. But so does Bradley.
And XU, very clutch in those last moments to kind of net up those few kills that we saw. I mean, XU, we do know, he's a very, very competent jungler, man. 2.5 years under the Dig umbrella, was part of their starting roster for 2023. But I feel like the potential of XU, we haven't seen the full of it. We haven't seen what happens when he's on a team where he has better communication with his side lanes. He's a very, very dominant jungler, and he's putting that on display right now as he ganks onto Bradley and takes him down under the tower. Rampage for Lawrence XU Shu.
Really good catch onto Bradley. That should reward them with his top side turret. Instinct is there. He's playing the Ziggs. He's ready to keep on going. And with both these Yordles here, the demolition crew is ready to take down all of these structures. Jed.
Say goodbye to your towers. All the meanwhile, Philip going for the chase on Sajed. Rookie of the split 2024 spring. Goodbye. Sent to the dirt. Sent to oblivion. And FlyQuest NZXT might be sent to the same place as it's a siege for Fear Starforge. Looking to close out game number 1. Teleport comes in. Surdy under the respawn now. Here comes Shaden. He can bring the crowd control. He can't bring the damage, so he'll have to run away as the tree gets chopped. Next is tower number 1 falls. And the Reapers want to make a statement. Defending champions, it is the rematch, and game number 1 belongs to Fear.
That game just ended out of nowhere because both Bradley and Sajed got caught at the end. I was not expecting the end of the game to be anything like that. Overall, just seeing that both of these players just seem to lose track of where they are on the map just puts them in a position where it doesn't feel like they can do anything after that. I'm very surprised. It's very unlike FlyQuest, but congrats to Fear Starforge on fighting their blue side win right off the bat.
Right off the bat, and our player of the game from that last one has to go to Ablaze Olive. Was looking absolutely tremendous in some of these cleanup kills. I think this has definitely been a big highlight player for a lot of the counter punch plays that Fear Starforge like to make.
He's really good at finding his moments. He was moving faster than his lane opponent in Bradley on the Corki. He moved towards the top side. He found some opportunities to go for the grubs, to find some of the kills on the other side. He found a really good moment in the fight in the bottom side of the map around the tier 2 turret, which set them up for so much success. They allowed XU and Instinct to get all the damage down that they needed to. And Blaze Olive just seems to find the right spot all the time. He doesn't go down in lane in times where he feels like he should. And this time around, Blaze Olive, player of the game for their first game.
All right, well, congratulations to ABO for taking that player of the game, Fear Starforge. Step number 1, it is a best of 5, so they have to conquer a bit more. 2 more games await if they want to get to Sao Paulo as well as Los Angeles. We're going to throw it over to short break. When we return, we'll get into game number 2, Fear Starforge versus FlyQuest NZXT.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Well, I think Cubby, he does a pretty good job most of the time. I would put him in S tier.
Here's my take. Like, I kind of want to hold back on the S tier. I've watched his top 3 ranking. He doesn't have Danny on the top 3 of NACL.
What?
Crazy, bizarre take. And he put me 3rd.
What the Sigma?
So there's some beef there. So yeah, he's A tier for me. He doesn't deserve S tier.
Yeah.
Sorry, Cubby. Okay, I love Genghis.
I'm gonna strongly say S.
Yeah?
It's gotta be S.
He's like enthusiastic, like whenever he talks about the game. So I feel like that's pretty like OP.
I'm hovering around A.
I'm gonna have to go with A, but in front of Cubby. Like left to right matter.
Just put Cubby.
Yeah,
Like Cub. Okay, I actually really like Cubby, but he's an op this split.
Yeah, he's
kind
kinda
of sleeping on us. So like.
All right, Beatdown Boulevard. I feel like he has potential. He's got good pacing. I'd put him like B+ if I could, but I'd probably put him B just so we have some more variety.
Yeah, B for Beatdown Boulevard.
Yeah, B for Beatdown Boulevard.
Nice. Does that make this next guy D for Deserox?
I mean, that seems mean. I feel like we're really
Okay,
targeting
yeah, that's
him.
kind of f***ed up. Maybe.
Put him D.
That's kind of
Tony, what do you feel about?
Deserox can go C.
Damn, so you just throwing Joshy and D.
Yeah, I am, bro.
Okay, Joshy is lower on my tier list because he made me do this game show and then he forgot to press record. That was like a complete waste of my time. So he needs to go down for that. Like,
Okay, now it looks nice and clean.
it does. It looks like we know what we're talking about. Like if you saw this tier list, they would be like, damn, like these guys put some thought into it.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
You know, that advertisement that we just watched, SRX, I think it's actually more successful than you might expect, because I guarantee that we're not the only ones who see it, and also, we're not the only ones who talk about it outside of the ad. I don't talk about a lot of advertisements very often, but that is what's like, you know, I'll just be sitting down with Hawk or like with Kangas, and I'll just be like, so anyway, that formaldehyde ad, it's interesting, and now we get to see the post-game breakdown presented by the real cost, because that's what we get to talk about.
It's as jarring as the ending of that game was. I mean, Bradley was caught in the top lane by XU, and what happens after? Fear just end the game.
Yeah, it definitely should have just been an inhibitor, but because both Bradley and Sajed went down in 2 separate picks, it's like, wait a second, the other team has no damage left. What if I just hit their turrets? Like, could they do anything about that? No? Renekton, Maokai, Rel? Well, maybe Surdy can kill one person, but you can't kill both Instinct and Blaze Olive. They're going to be able to take down both the Nexus turrets, and the game just ended in a spot where it really felt like it should not have. Bradley was so strong in that game. He was getting even stronger. He had so much more time. Just needed to not get caught.
He was strong, he was scaling. If the game went on a little bit longer, maybe they had a chance. But by the way, here's my gatito. For those of you who are traumatized by some of the stuff we were seeing, here's a beautiful.
Is he taxidermied?
No, he's not. He's very much
not yet.
I'm keeping you away from my cat, Josh, as we get ready
I'm
for
just
the draft.
saying, my mom just recently brought my dog's ashes home. I was like, wow, that box was heavy. Yeah, it was dark. Anyway, we're going back towards the rest of it. His FlyQuest challengers are going to be here on the blue side of the map. They have switched up. What?
Josh, how are you gonna blindside me with that?
Did you not know? I swear I told you about this.
But why'd you have to say the boxes? Please, draft.
I swear I told you about this before. Either way, FlyQuest, they had a very odd ending to that game. They really need to come right on back into this one. But going into the blue side, they do have some very strong opportunities to come back. But I feel like they wasted a lot of the strength that they had with that first draft. They have to be a little bit shaken, so we'll get to see the resiliency come through from FlyQuest NZXT, because that is not how that game was supposed to end.
And I also do want our viewers to keep in mind that this is fearless, which means that once we get into Game 4 and Game 5, we're going to start losing draft bans. But it also means that the champions that were played in the last game are not going to be allowed in this game. The reason I brought the other thing up first is because sometimes we can start seeing OPs start to slip by in Game 2s, in Game 3s, so they don't have to deal with them in the later parts of the drafts. For FlyQuest, a first pick Misfortune has kind of been stock standard in a lot of their drafts. I'm going to go for it once again.
Yeah, so Jed plays it very well. We do see the Callista and the Azir come through. It is a little bit interesting because both these champions are very vulnerable to getting caught in the bullet time. They do have some tools to try and get out of it, but oftentimes they find themselves in these choke points and these corridors where they're going to get taken down very quickly, and the Lilia has a very powerful combination if you do play it alongside the Misfortune. Remember, if you have the bullet time going before they actually fully fall asleep, it does not wake them up. But if you start the bullet time after they've fallen asleep, the bullet time will wake them up. So there's opportunities to where you just like, all right, they're all falling asleep. Stop! Everybody, don't do anything. Let Sajed full channel and just rip entire teams apart.
I would love to see that, where like you can actually see them physically stop team fighting, or they just wait for the bullet time.
Everybody, hands up!
Hands off the keyboard! Stop lane. Well, one of the problems I do see with the Lilia is it's something you can counterpick if it is picked rather early. We're going to get more marksmen locked in for FlyQuest as they finish off their first part of the draft. However, for Fear Starforge, taking the Ivern, that means we're looking for a lot of these elongated battles, a lot of these second rotations to keep the damage dealers running and pumping.
Yeah, already we do have a couple of champions that interact quite well with the Lilia between the Azir and the Kalista, because Lilia hates a couple of things. She really hates auto attackers, and she really hates point-and-click crowd control. Now, you have the first part of that. If you can get a Nautilus on your team as well, especially alongside the Kalista, you will do a lot of damage, and Shaden's going to hate his life in this one. But with the Ivern coming through for XU, not going to be guaranteed crowd control whatsoever. Instead, FlyQuest with the double marksman, they do have a lot of range to play through. Bradley was one of the early pioneers of Ezreal mid in the Challengers League, and now he's going to be able to play up against the Azir coming through from a Blaze Olive.
As I still look over towards what Fear have, it usually means you're trying to look for some set of control in the bottom lane. Once you do grab that Kalista, you want to start dominating that. You also got some good scaling. There's a lot of auto attackers that can bring that damage. One of my worries is going to be that the Kalista is on the short range part, so if you don't do well into the lane, it's going to mean havoc for what happens later on in the mid and late to game fights. So getting something to remedy that and increase the aggression into the bottom lane might be the play for Instinct and Winsome.
Yeah, I'm looking right now at the rest of the draft, and FlyQuest has an interesting trap that they can lay here. Firstly, the Braum does do great going up against the bullet time, and I believe Lilia's ultimate is also a projectile, I think. Don't quote me on that, but someone should probably look that one up. I can look that one up, because I've seen a lot of weird things that are and are not projectiles. Either way, the Braum stops the bullet time. That's the important part here. And the Nautilus also would have been great, but then it allows FlyQuest themselves to pick the Braum instead. Whoa, we're going to see the Senna come out now already. So a massive heal and shield composition coming through from Fear X Starforge. And the damage coming through from FlyQuest currently right on the edge of potentially being enough, but with the power that the Kalista Senna lane has on the bottom side of the map, it's going to be on FlyQuest to try and push themselves over the top.
And I really do like the mention you said of all the shields that Fear have drafted, because that's going to negate so much of this bullet time. But the answer being the Blitzcrank is a good response. You press R, you take away the shields. So FlyQuest finding their own counter pick. We're going to have the Blitz. Going to be looking to snatch away some of these carries.
Yeah. I mean, the Blitzcrank can really upset a lot of the death ball kind of compositions, and Surdy going to be blind picking his classic Camille. He's gone on record in the past as saying he believes he is the strongest Camille not only in North America but the entire Western world. This is an opportunity for him to showcase that he has what it takes to do it. That is a lot of damage coming through from the top side of the map now from FlyQuest Challengers, and the Camille is a massive late game side lane threat. You're going to be doing so much damage, even to all the health stacking that Philip has over the course of the game. He's not going to be able to outpace the damage that Surdy will have on that Q. I also looked it up. Lily's ultimate is, in fact, a projectile, so it does get blocked by Braum, but that doesn't matter this game because there's no Braum.
Usually you're kind of expecting one from the support role, but with the Senna being available, why not just take it right away to try and win out that bottom lane? Again, it does put a lot of pressure for that bottom lane to be successful, because that's where a lot of your early game plays are going to be from Fear Starforge.
Yeah, it puts a lot of pressure here in this game on Philip and a Blaze Olive. The Blaze Olive, we know, has lived up to the hype a lot of time when he needs to be the one making plays, but Philip on this side, I mean, Sion is a champion that the ultimate is very telegraphed. Everybody on the entire map gets to hear him roar, so you know what's going on. Also, it's the kind of champion where you don't have a lot of freedom of movement once you actually start the ultimate. And now we're going to see FlyQuest NZXT running out directly towards the bottom side of the map to try and find some early plays with the Blitzcrank.
Game number 2, FlyQuest NZXT Challengers, Fear Starforge. Blitzcrank shenanigans afoot. Don't want to get kidnapped. Waiting around that rocket grab. You never know what's going to come from. It's one of the most scariest jump scares in the world when you're just at the start of the game. You forgot to check what the enemy champions are, and then suddenly, yoink!
Oh, there we go. Wrong side of the map all of a sudden. But still, we are seeing that FlyQuest not going to find anything. Chime throws a blind hook into a brush, does not find anyone. Instead, Fear X Starforge making sure they only post up in places where they will have plenty of warning of where the members of FlyQuest are going.
As a reminder, gotta say my words correctly. NACL finals are live, taking place on Sunday. That's right after the finals on LCS. Fun fact, YouTube Arena is only 10 miles away from the Riot Arena. So if you're gonna be here in the weekend, Friday, Saturday, watching LCS, go ahead, join us. Or NACL finals at the Riot Games Arena. If you want to stay updated on all things NACL, YouTube and Twitch NACL, as well as watch NACL on X.
And now as we jump into the actual game, we have very normal lanes this time, which definitely feels uncommon in a lot of these situations. But Winsome now has Chime to just wail upon as long as he's able to stand safely inside of his own minions, get those souls stacking right off the bat. And that's a pretty good opportunity for Winsome. You want to be as aggressive as you are allowed to be in this matchup because you're playing up against a melee champion. So I'm a bit surprised Winsome actually trying to bait out some of these hooks by not playing in his own minions. He is very safe as long as the Blitzcrank hook cannot hit you.
Instinct and Winsome playing around with level 2 experience right there. You can tell they were pushing forward. Saying, Chime, I dare you, throw out one of the hooks, see what's going to happen. That should kind of be the story, unless Chime can actually find one of the more on-point hooks. For the meanwhile, it's Surdy who's giving a hard push over here on the top side. All the same time, Shaden will be clearing up north side, opposite to XU, going to be on the bot lane.
Yeah, we're seeing once again that Philip is being left to his own devices going up against Cerny. Now, whether that's confidence or a bit of an abandonment, we will have to find out. Philip did a good job on the Cassante versus Renekton and coming back later on in that laning phase after he did get froze upon for a little while, but he's already taking a lot of early damage as Camille dances around him. Kind of reminds me of that like Irelia animatic for a long time ago where just dancing around the Scion, if you remember.
I think I do. What year was that? I
don't know, dude.
Every time I think of Aurelian in animation, the first thing that comes up is Dominion, and I expose my age in the process. But look what's going on down here. There's Ivern who's showing up, delivering some bushes, kind of Uber Eats, give the salad, walk away.
Yeah, I mean, it ends up working out as Fearix Starforge are just going to be throwing down some safety for the rest of the map. Both junglers going for a full clear, ending at around the same time. And XU actually showcasing one of the things I've been appreciating about XU's gameplay is how efficiently he generally goes for all of these clears. And Shaden lagging a little bit behind, going for a later recall, whereas XU going to be coming right back on out to the map. The Blaze Olive even seems to have an idea that something's a little fishy, but doesn't quite spot out where Shaden is.
Smells fish. There's none in the river. There's only frogs in the river, so something's up here. But nonetheless, I'm still waiting for who's going to try and go for the first reach on Dragon. Typically, you see Kalista lanes that try to pursue those, especially a lot of the neutral objectives, because you do have that Rend, which provides a lot of extra damage. All the meanwhile, Surdy's still bullying Philip over here on the top side.
Yeah, both of them with the grass procs. I'd be really curious to see how they go, as the brush does show exactly where XU is. He comes down, just says hello to where Shaden's side of the map is, sees exactly where this Lilia is going to be going for a little while, and also knows that he's going to be safe to pick up his opponent's Raptors respawn and push Shaden down towards the bottom side of the map, where Winsome and Instinct suddenly have to be a little bit more careful.
Oh, there's that hook Chime was looking for. Finds it on an Instinct. It's not going to result in a kill just yet. There's a lot of punishment, and it's a warning to what a Blitzcrank can do.
Yeah, Bradley also totally safe on the mid lane, while XU does go for, you know, kind of a hello gank more than any actual damage threat to come through there. He's going to be starting up clearing the top side of the map, but Shaden a little bit slow now because he had to take such an inefficient path around the board. And with the grubs spawning relatively soon, we do have to note that Fearix Starforge have been a team that has been very focused on picking up all the grubs in the past as an opportunity to try and find yet another Grubageddon, but Ivern is not the fastest grub taker.
No, he's friends with nature, Josh. I mean, look at him. Look at this casual stroll he's taking around, dunking on the wolves right there. So wholesome.
And that just
that
sounds,
little baby wolf.
Yeah, that sounds like science to me. I wonder if, hold on, I wonder if there is a... Yeah.
For hippies here.
Are those opposites?
I don't know, spiritual, biological, I don't know.
Yeah, we all know that science and... Yeah, I'm not going to finish that.
Scientists and hippies fight each other, yeah.
Yeah. Shaden's going to be the one starting this one up. Lilia does do these incredibly quickly because you just hit all of them with that max range Q. Already finishing up the first grub, and not going to see a contest coming through from XU. Instead, going to be moving with the priority on the bottom side of the map, seeing that Chime move up the bottom side of the map towards the mid lane, gives the freedom to Instinct and Winsome to pick up the first dragon, and it is a Hextech Dragon, which is the most valuable one in the game.
It will be an interesting trade in the grand scheme of things, because Fear Starforge can keep going for this dragon stacking. FlyQuest have a response. They're going for a pinch right now. They're going to spot out. 12k health remains. No jungler in the area. Shaden trying to get closer. It doesn't matter. Sajed will steal it away. Flashing over the wall. XU has to find some safety. Emperor's Divide comes out first. Blood still secured by FlyQuest as ABO tucks his tail between his legs and runs.
A total disaster on that play coming through. Not only does XU miss the smite, allowing Sajed to take the dragon away, but they lose 2 kills. We were giving so much praise to Blaze Olive in game 1 and Fear Starforge for moving faster on the map, but this time it is FlyQuest that are the faster to react to the play, and Bradley is there, whereas Blaze Olive tries to teleport back, tries to buy his items first, and doesn't make it in time to do anything.
And such a snappy play to come out because it came right after they took the grubs. After that, you're just thinking, oh, it's an equal play. They're going to take Dragon on the opposite side. But that 2-man pincer coming from both ends, brilliant still from Sajed, will give FlyQuest a lead.
Yeah, super brutal, honestly, for Fear X Starforge, because FlyQuest is a team that has some of the highest goal difference at 15 of any team in the league. An average goal differential of nearly 1,100, whereas Fear actually has a negative goal differential across all of their games in summer thus far. And we also have to note that in any game where FlyQuest does have a goal advantage of 15, they have a 77% game conversion rate. So Fear X Starforge now finding themselves a little bit behind with a composition that has his Blitzcrank is so scary.
Ooh, a nice hook follows up with the bullet time, but the Fate's Call! The Fate's Call will save Winsome. Means no more damage coming through. Yo-yos him back. Winsome will survive, but the pressure from FlyQuest will keep coming in as a True Shot Barrage goes wide.
I like the idea. Bradley just assuming that Winsome would be trying to back away in that brush, but the True Shot Barrage not going to be landing. But Sajed and Chime, total control of this bottom half of the map, and Chime not necessarily going to be giving them the freedom to just heal their way back into the game. But Sajed and Chime, we are already seeing how strong his bot lane duo currently is, how effective Sajed can be, and Chime, I still say he's been playing some of the best League of Legends we've ever seen him play.
Oh yeah, and it's always fun when you get to see him on the Blitzcrank, because Blitzcrank is a champion where you get to see the support expression much more clearly, because Rocket Grab just starts things up. Look, the dude's even gotten his Go Fast boots. He's got his Nikes on. He's ready to run to wherever the action's at.
It's not just that you have the opportunity to land all of these hooks, but on days where you're on, sometimes you just feel it, right? Sometimes you just feel every single hook is going to land. Chime, so far, has done a fantastic job. The only one he missed that we have seen was the blind one, and now he's moving with Shaden. Does get spotted.
Boy, here we go. Chime looking for the hook. Will land it with ease. Puts Winsome to sleep, but can he lay him into the grave? Winsome creates space and will walk away. FlyQuest, a second play with no kill, but a lot of pressure.
I love the fact that Bradley just throws the ult in the exact same plays. Maybe he will fall for it this time, but still, Shaden walks into the opponent's jungle, finds the blue buff, and Philip also very low up in the top side of the map. Jeez. It is FlyQuest winning across the entire board.
Oh no, Instinct. Instinct, you kind of by yourself right now. It's feeling a little bit lonely. Fear called the rest of the Reapers over to protect their poor marksman. FlyQuest circling like sharks around that bottom lane as they take away more of the jungle camps of XU.
Winsome, his stacking has been slowed down so much because he has to spend so much time just hovering behind his own turret, not able to get the souls from the minions as they die, not able to get the souls from his opponents as he auto-attacks them. Philip also having to ult back to lane up on the top side. Will keep the CS lead ahead, but it's not enough for Slime to be a couple of CS ahead. He's down the plate and going into a Camille that is absolutely not enough of anything in order to try and find the advantages. Fear X Starforge already pushed very far back against the wall, and it's really scary because Senna is one of these picks that has been banned so consistently because of how strong it is. Fear X Starforge might be squandering their opportunity.
And this is something where Fear Starforge feel the need to take away at least one of these grubs. It's not going to stop the 5 grubs from Shaden, though, and that's going to be a big deal later on to this game because you do have Surdy who's side laning on this Camille. We'll spend a lot of the time just whacking away on turrets.
Yeah. And it's so scary. 30 on this Camille with those 5 grubs will just do them so quickly. We already know. Oh, another one.
Another hook from Chime. He's putting on a clinic. He's got the God hand as Winsome burns. We'll be able to just survive thanks to XU putting on the shield. Will we get one more Bradley True Shot Barrage? Nope. Has to happen in the bot lane.
Doesn't choose to throw it out this time around, but man,
we're going to get it down here. We're going to get it down here.
Oh, 30.
All right, Surdy versus Phillip. There is backup coming. Here comes XU. Does have Daisy, but a simple hook shot means that Surdy will escape no problem. I was kind of looking for the dive angle in the bottom lane, but instead FlyQuest pull off for Drake.
Yeah, you don't need to go for it. You have the strength everywhere on the map. Surdy just needs to be a little bit careful now that he has no flash available. And XU, we know he's right around the corner.
Daisy showing up. This means a lot of crowd control, and there's no escape for Surdy. Champion gonna go down, but meanwhile in the bottom lane, another hook lands from Sajed. Instinct falls to about half health, and now Shaden has arrived.
Yeah, full time.
Oh no, this is gonna go real bad for Instinct, who will tick away. Fate's Call comes out, gonna provide Winsome a chance to run away, but it's the long chase from Shaden and Chime. Looking for one more hook, will not be able to chase him down. Instead, Flash burnt away from Winsome. True shot barrage! Ah! Third time's not the charm. Let's go for a fourth.
Oh, man. You know, eventually one of these darts has to hit, but it's still just so much pressure on the bottom side of the map. Chime, we have not yet seen him miss a hook on a target he was actually aiming at. They get the bottom lane turret. All 5 plates will get picked up on the bottom side already, and just look at the amount of money that is currently putting into the pockets of Sajed and Chime. They are so strong across the board, and one of these players, again, the rookie of the split in spring, already has the Bloodthirster completed, has the opportunity to move around the map. They've already picked up 2 dragons. Everything that the FlyQuest bottom lane could have possibly been asking for in this game has already come true.
3.5k lead coming out for FlyQuest NZXT challengers. Surdy getting aggressed on once again. A lot of the focus coming out from Pure Starforge, at least in the last 2 minutes, have
Hold on, Deserex.
been tunneled onto this top. What's up?
Winsome has gotten 1 soul in the past 3 minutes.
That's a stat.
That's a stat. Oh,
that's a stat.
He doesn't even get the one off the blue buff.
Ah! Okay,
this set is useless.
Very, very painful right now.
You know, it's mostly about the gold that this champion gets, but not getting the stacks on the souls also means you're not getting a whole lot of the gold coming through from the support item. So you have to be very careful about Winsome's economy in this game. True shot barrage.
Fourth one landed.
Woohoo!
I don't think that one kind of counts. We're waiting for the kill shot from the kill shot barrage. True shot barrage. Wow. Fierce Starforge starting up the Rift Herald. I think this is a very important one to take, because keep in mind, it was 5 grubs by FlyQuest NZXT challengers. So don't allow them another siege. Take this away.
Where do they use it, though? That's going to be one of the big problems as Winsome forgoes a couple more souls yet again. If the Rift Herald does go down, but Chime, I mean, he's hovered. Oh, you know the same thing.
Oh, the hooks keep coming in. It's not going to be a kill. It's just another warning. Number 5. Sajed, however, is in a bad way. Ooh, the root's going to land, so Sajed's not escaping this one. Unless he can put Phillip to sleep. Out comes the ultimate from Winsome. There's not enough tricks in the bag to save Sajed.
Yeah, good bait coming through from Fearx Starforge this time around, knowing how many members they have. And Chime, he lands the hook, still 100% that we've seen. Ooh, and a sleepy.
All right, here we go. 2 members to sleep. True Shot Barrage comes out. A big burst of damage coming out from Bradley onto 2 members. With the Rift Herald going down, will be cleared away. Mid lane tower not going to drop.
There's still a 3,000 gold lead. Remember, 77% win conversion rate from FlyQuest. But we know at least one of those losses did come against Fear X Starforge the last time around. We will be seeing a reallocation of the lanes a little bit surprised that they are putting Surdy into a Blaze Olive. It's not the easiest kill for Surdy to go for it just quite yet at only level 10. Yes, the Q is max, but you're not necessarily getting the same kind of maximum damage that you're going to be getting later on with a couple more items. He's just getting poked out very heavily.
ABO with these soldiers. More autos coming in. Chime, stop it, man. There's only so many times we can do this. Hey, he fished, and he finally caught one. It is a kill from the Blitzcrank hook.
Look, I'm just going to say it right now. Chime is playing so much better than Winsome in this game, and also arguably the last game as well. Chime has been looking fantastic as he dances with all of his little Space Groove kitties. It is a fantastic showcase from Chime on this Blitzcrank to bottom lane with a massive lead, and now the biggest thing is how effectively can they chain this one. They already have 2 of the dragons. They have the Mountain Dragon. The Mountain Soul is going to be coming through over the course of this game. To play around that, they have the control already on the bottom side of the map, and Bradley and Sajed are just way too much damage for Fearx Starforge to deal with.
And speaking of damage, that's one thing I do want to bring up. With Fear falling this far behind, where is their damage really going to come from? I mean, ABO hasn't been getting that many kills. He still needs to scale up for a little bit. The Kallista's not doing well in the bottom lane. I feel like you don't have the profile for quite some time, Josh.
Yeah. The mid lane turret will be falling here. They're going to be forcing them back. Oh, he missed one. All right, everybody pack it up. Game's over. Chime missed the first hook.
Flip it, ship it. Chime, bad at Blitzcrank. Doesn't land hooks.
Officially. But the dragon is going to be spawning here in a couple of seconds. FlyQuest in total control of this one. And it definitely feels like we're going to be going to a 1-1 situation very shortly.
Here we go. Teleport's coming out. Okay, they're able to dial down right onto Shaden. Shaden looking for the escape. Here comes Satya, channeling out the bullet time. Not going to land on the bulk of your Starforge, though. True Shot Barrage is a big burst of damage from Bradley. Finds it onto the backline. Surdy has arrived. Now looking for an angle for the ultimatum, but the Azir passive means that there is now a tower there. A nice hook from Chime, but it's onto Big Phillip. He's a big tanky boy, going to have no issue soaking that damage.
Yeah, Chime really needs to reset. He's done a good job landing all of these hooks, but now Bradley and Sajed need to hold the line for a few moments while the rest of the team does go for a reset. Shaden can go jungle, privilege his way back into some HP, but Instinct also very low. To teleport from Shaden, or Surdy, puts him in the perfect position for this fight.
I'm not sure if that was pinged out. I don't know if Fear Starforge actually know this is coming, so Shaden has a big angle right now to drop that ultimatum. Shaden and Surdy now looking to pinch in all 3 angles for FlyQuest NZXT, finally getting sight on where Surdy is. You want that sleep from Shaden, though. Phillip will stand in the middle. Full health is this big Scion. He's ready to tank it up. Will take down Chime. Shaden, meanwhile, trying to focus on the dragon. Surdy yet to find that engage. And with that, I mean, the Wilting Lullaby is down, so this is a hard fight for FlyQuest to take, but Surdy will take it anyway. Finds one pick on the Winsome. ABO can escape Bradley, and Surdy, the defending champion, the champ is here. He'll bring it on the backline. XU cannot escape from Bradley's Ezreal. Phillip and Instinct, the only survivors, still want to continue the fight as Phillip jumps forward, but realizes there's no one left. Dragon to FlyQuest.
And surgical precision from Surdy singles out Winsome, takes the support system right out from under the feet, and Fearx Starforge, they lose another dragon, they lose most of their team yet again, and FlyQuest, they're just out fighting Fearx Starforge across the entire board. We see that even though Surdy did get spotted out as he moves into his brush, Fearx Starforge don't respect the way that he can move into the rest of the team. Chime will go down, but there's so much pressure already put onto Instinct, so much pressure put onto Winsome already. Then when Surdy finally goes in, they just die almost instantly, and that gives the opportunity for both Sajed and Bradley to free hit whoever they want, because Ablaze Olive got pushed back into the rest of the team.
Yeah, Surdy, for a moment, I thought this entire fight was going to go poorly for FlyQuest NCXT, but as you said, Surdy, it was a brilliant flank. It did a lot of work to turn the tides, and now FlyQuest still going to continue a very dominant lead, now 5K in the favor. 4 minutes remain until that Dragon Soul does come up. FlyQuest have been counting dragons, Fear unfortunately counting worms.
There's a lot of worms down there. Winsome still very far behind the curve and where he would want to be with all of the souls, and FlyQuest, they're doing a fantastic job making sure that the tools available to Fearx Starforge are not where they want to be. We already have the Morellonomicon completed from Shaden because of the amount of heals that are going to be coming through from Winsome and XU over the course of this game. And now is a time where you need to continue building up the lead. Finds another one.
Oh, another brilliant hook. Wilting Lullaby go out. I didn't see it there. Yeah, finally going to be channeled, so you got some time to catch up to this. Ivern with the bullet time going through. It is a dead XU.
And that's the jungler dead. 21 minutes into the game, FlyQuest have double marksman. They have the opportunity to try and take this one down with Lilia contributing damage as well. Zerdy already creating some space for the rest of the team. You do not need to worry about the smite from the opponents.
No smite for XU, so you have to steal it the old-fashioned way. All members of FlyQuest are there, and they're damn healthy, man. Here comes Surdy. This could be a game-ending play. The hook lands onto ABO. ABO still standing in, but here comes Surdy looking for the hook shot. Gets it onto him, and will take down the mid laner of Fierce Starforge. Everyone else crumbles in the wake of the defending champions. Instinct looks for the outplay, but Surdy is here, and FlyQuest win the fight.
That's another full-on ace as XU just barely comes up at the right time. Now FlyQuest, they don't even need to back away from that whatsoever, but another fantastic hook from Chime landing onto a Blaze Olive means that the damage that is supposed to be coming out from Azir as the engage goes through is not available. He needs to worry about getting away from Surdy, and even though he does get the Emperor's Divide to knock Surdy away, it just pushes him right on back into the rest of the team members. And Sajed, even though he has to flash, keeps himself alive. They get everything they want. A 10,000, nearly 11,000 gold lead, 22 minutes. Means that FlyQuest ready to swing right on back with their blue side.
Yeah, this is feeling very, very over right now. Again, as I said, I don't know where the damage really does come from for Fierce Starforge. It's a struggle for them to actually find that DPS on the map. Instinct is very short range. A Blazed Olive, he hasn't finished his second item yet, so it is a struggle for them. And you have Chime, who's out here constantly fishing for you, almost grabs Instinct.
Yeah, I don't think I would have gotten a kill off of that one, but it is still fantastic to see how aggressive he's being, keeping the fear of God in the members of Fear X Starforge. And now FlyQuest, they start to line up. They have 5 of the 6 grubs, so Twitch chat on their side no matter what, and they will be running directly into their opponent's inhibitor turret. Chime can always look for these multiple squishy members, take out the support system whenever they're running around, and Surdy, as long as he's in a different lane, he's going to be pushing up so aggressively.
And you can see some of these angles that Chime's taking. Philip does have a ward over the wall, and he's also a Scion, so Chime's not exactly itching to go for a hook on him. And look at that. At the same time, we have another item finished now. 3 items completed for Sajed on this misfortune. So adding to that damage that's been present in these team fights. What's funny to me, though, is Bradley has been a big standout with some of his true shot barrages before the team fights even begin. He finds them right onto the backline every time, and it means a big chunk for Fierce Starforge before the fight starts.
And going to be looking for another one of those as it throws that out and hits it
right on the instinct.
There. That's a lot of damage right away. Chime still threatening around and Surdy. Might be looking for anybody going to try and come to the safe way around, but they just need to let Shaden do what Shaden does best, hit his dragon right now and force Philip to walk directly into all the damage.
Playing against a Blitzcrank, the mind games are there when you have to deal with the hook. It lands onto XU. Surdy comes out from the flank. He's right on top of Instinct. He'll go on a killing spree, and the rest of FlyQuest will dismantle Fierce Starforge, send him to the Hellfire. Philip, he's a big tanky boy, but he gets chipped down, and the wall will fall. FlyQuest take the team fight. Looking to end.
It was not the cleanest team fight in the world, but it doesn't need to be when you're this far ahead. There's just so much pressure coming through. The teleports are there. They don't even need to finish the dragon. I don't know if they can actually end the game here because the death timers are fairly short, with only Instinct coming up in the next couple seconds and Winsome. Yeah, just kidding. It's over 20 seconds. This is an easy game. 25 minutes into it, and Chime so good on this Blitzcrank, getting so many important hooks for the rest of his team. One more?
Wait, one more. Come on, Shine. I see you right there. Not. Well, old friend, we meet again, and FlyQuest and ZXT will take game 2, taking us to a series.
And ultimately, we still get to see that these teams still, even though both games have been kind of one-sided thus far, it is still the situation where these teams can really take each other to town. And in particular, FlyQuest and ZXT's Chime, our player of the game for this one, landing so many of those important hooks every single fight, setting up so much power in the early game just because Winsome was not able to play the lane.
You see those fingers popping out right there? That's the hand of God. Was able to land so many of these hooks back to back to back. And even if FlyQuest weren't exactly closing out on the earlier plays, they weren't getting kills on those earlier plays, they're burning summoners, man, which means you can keep revisiting, and Chime, with such great accuracy, able to land a lot of those hooks and give FlyQuest their lead.
And putting the Senna in particular in the dirt just showcases how effectively this has been piloted, making sure that the Senna not going to be playing a big role in this series, despite the number of bans that have been leveled towards it over the past several best of fives that we have been seeing. So FlyQuest doing a really good job defending their blue side of the map. Then we got to look at how it's going to go next time, because we have to expect that they're not going to be able to play it again. Fearix Starforge almost definitely picking up the blue again.
And again, Josh, I think that game 3 is very, very crucial, because if we do get to a game 5, that is the team that will have side select. It's a very big deal when there's no more draft bans. So big game coming up right now. We're going to throw it over a break while we get ready for game number 3. Fear, Starforge, FlyQuest, NZXT Challengers.
Psst. Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Dermaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
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 Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost. With the end of the regular split, the voting has begun for the Summer Split Awards. Each role will have their top 3 performers honored in the All-Pro teams. The player who had the best performance in their first split of Challengers League competition will earn themselves the Rookie of the Split Award. The most improved player has shown the most growth of anyone in the league in the Summer Split, and we've seen a number of players show marked improvement this year. And lastly, the most coveted award, the Most Valuable Prospect. It's awarded to a player who could play in LCS now and would look even better in their second year. Many of the previous winners like Dokla, Lucio, and Masu have gone on to be fan favorites in the LCS. And for the first time ever, we might have a repeat winner. Players, casters, and co-streamers will be submitting their ballots. Who do you think deserves to be recognized? With full Fearless Best of Fives right around the corner, always remember, the future of the LCS starts right after the LCS.
And now, announcing the frontrunners for the Summer 2024 NACL Most Improved Player. Up first in alphabetical order, Music.
Catch some of this poke, but not quite as tanky as you'd expect as the ECA goes wide.
Oh, everything's going wide. Blue Otter just need to turn around, but the culling going straight into Samikin's Spyrex, able to get a decent amount of damage there. Pyroclasm back onto the back line now, though, and they're starting to do some serious damage. Psycho is going to give his life. Spyrex on the side is going down too, and the burn is enough. Music with a massive play for Blue Otter. Next up in the mid lane, Toasty.
That Rec Room's doing a lot of damage. It's now Toasty able to dodge out on the culling damage. They've just threw a lot at the wall, and none of it stuck. Supernova position, better in the fight. They kite back, absorb the cooldowns, and they are just sweeping this fight. Triple kill, quadra kill to Toasty.
And last but not least, Zamudo. Spyrex here trying to catch out Samikin. Quacker has the flank of a lifetime, and here comes Samikin. Stranglethorn gonna separate the fight. Blue Otter starting to lose some bodies, and Dragonsteel starting to stack them up, but no, Zamudo, is he gonna have enough? Scary Jerry's there doing some work, as now Levitate's forced to run away. Zamudo steps up big, and he's looking to feed that big croc of his. Once again, these are your frontrunners for the Summer 2024 NACL Most Improved Player. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel and following at Watch NACL so that you don't miss the official announcement.
Here are your NACL Summer 2024 Rookie of the Split nominees. Blue Otters Levitate.
And it's just buying time for everybody else to look for the fight, look for the engaged. Chime is just getting melted right now. They do trade one back, though. It's Music that goes down. Cyclone used by Quacker, but that's the second one. He does not have another way. No, he does! There was another Cyclone! Double kill to Levitate.
Winthrop University's Denethor.
Put a hold on that because we gotta fight topside. Blue Otters' worries are not ending anytime soon. Blue is the way they are feeling right now because they are getting handled as Denethor is not done. He's level 6. He sees a level 3 Nautilus.
CCG Esports' Crimson.
Oh, Fate Seal. They got Samikin. He's going to go golden. He's buying a lot of time. Crimson is going to look for him, though. Look at Shochi buying all that, and then he brings the Spiraling Despair away from the team. Now they're chasing him down at CCG. Doubters be damned. Beat down. They made the comeback here. And Crimson is about to be the comeback king.
Blue Otters' Samikin.
Cole engages onto him, and Samikin's now in trouble. Flashes to safety. Blue Otter trying to lock down the other members of TLC, but Jenkins is in here. Samikin does kill him down on the clapback. Levitate unleashed in the fight. The Zeri pumping out damage as Samikin's dancing around. Flashes over with another bubble.
Keep your eyes on these players as they are just getting started. The future of the LCS starts right after the LCS.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost. All right, Josh, pull your hands up on the screen. We're getting this over with. Bring it up, bring it up, bring it up. Whoppa! There you go. We got a series on our hands. And 1-1 apiece. What do you want to say, Josh? Go ahead, go ahead.
I was going to say anything. I was like, okay, well, I guess that's how we're going to be doing this introduction. Makes sense, ultimately. It is the classic. This is the classic thing that casters say. Either way, we're going in. I got more caffeine. We are in for the long haul on this one, Destrux, because we did see that FlyQuest NZXT fired right on back into post-game breakdown, presented by the real Host. We get to see that, that one was relatively one-sided. Chime, in particular, tearing apart the bottom side of the map and really making sure that Instinct and Winsome didn't gonna play that one.
Yeah, Chime was excellent. Every play was pretty much initiated by him. Every pick was pretty much initiated by him. I will say I do want to highlight secondary Bradley. I do think a lot of his lead-ups to the fights where he's able to get the backline with the True Shot Barrage, it was very, very meaningful. It meant that Instinct couldn't really get in there. As a short-range Callista, it made it a bigger struggle. As an overall game, it was pretty sweet by FlyQuest.
Yeah, and we really get to see that the plays coming through from FlyQuest, not really rattled by how that first game goes, and instead, as we go into Game 3, both teams with a rather one-sided victory overall against the other, but FlyQuest definitely have to be feeling very good about that one. We get to see even more of the prep come through as we get into the third game, and teams start losing all of these champions. 20 champions already removed from Fearless.
Now, this is where I do want to bring up that point once again. So, see, we have our Fearless bans. This is the last game that is going to have a regular draft. In the next game, there will only be 3 draft bans. In the Game 5 after that, 0 draft bans if we do get there. So this means that in this game, you want to potentially let go of some of those OPs that you've been banning away in previous games so you don't have to deal with them in the future ones. Especially in a Game 3, I feel like it's one of the most important ones, because this means if it does go to a Game 5 and you win Game 3, you will have side select for that Game 5 with no draft bans.
We will get to see how Fearx Starforge do want to navigate this, taking away the Nasus yet again from Bradley. Being on the blue side, one of the most powerful parts about it is you do not have to ban the Aurora. And FlyQuest saying that no Aurora this game means that Aurora likely to be coming out in the decisive game. We did get to see that FlyQuest, the only game that they lost yesterday going up against Supernova was when the Aurora did come through. This champion is oppressive in high-level gameplay, and honestly, Eric, I don't know what we're going to be seeing when Worlds finally comes around, because that champion is nuts.
Yeah, kind of broken. As you had mentioned, that last game, it was... who was it in the mid lane? It was Toasty who was playing in the mid lane, who looked absolutely tremendous. It stopped so many of FlyQuest's momentum. FlyQuest had back-to-back 25-minute games, so you can see how much Aurora can impact the map. But that's neither here or there. Let's talk about the champion that was locked in, Fear Starforge, going straight for the Varus.
Varus comes through, lots of damage. You have some opportunities to build in a couple of different ways, whether or not you want to include the magic damage in your build. You still have the ultimate to try and take people down. The Katarina hover from Surdy likely to be matched by XU in a moment, as shoutouts to both of their partners, but the Zeri is going to be the answer. I'm expecting this one to be going over towards Sajed. We know Bradley can play it, but not necessarily the place where they want to be putting it all that often. And with characters like the Kaisa and the Vars already gone, we're starting to go towards that next tier of champions that Sajid likes to play.
I really like this from FlyQuest. The Nidalee is a pick in its own regard, pretty strong, right? But also what's more fantastic, it's an XU pick, so this is going to be a takeaway, not allowing him to be on some of that comfort. Instead, Fear Starforge, they want to start building that front line. We're getting into the stages where those engagers for the support role are starting to get limited, so Fear are going to get theirs very early on in the draft with Leona.
Yeah. I have to say I'm not super thrilled seeing Winsome on the Leona. Unfortunately, he has a history of not hitting solar flares, which does end up becoming a problem when that is one of the most important spells in the entire game for this champion. However, they do have some really good tools. Everyone on the team does have some engage available to them, depending on how XU and Instinct are choosing to play. But this is the other major problem, is the Braum is a massive blocker in a lot of ways towards the Leona. It is really tough to do more damage and to survive after you get hit by all the concussive blows.
And of course, great engager to that regard to make sure that FlyQuest are going to be able to fight in these 5v5s and provide some protection for the Zeri, some great peel. We'll see what follows up immediately after that as we head into the second phase of the draft thus far.
Yeah, the Jace going to be taken away from a Blade's Olive. I'm really liking the Fearx Starforge game plan right now. We have seen one of my favorite games I've ever seen was an international play where we just got to see how effectively, I believe it was Tian was playing the Zyra in the jungle and just sat bottom lane, and it was like, yeah, that Braum, like, that's cool. What if he just had to deal with plants all the time and was just constantly taking damage and couldn't play the lane at all? And between the bars and the Zyra, you can put so much pressure on this bottom half of the map and really flip the script on how Sajid and Chime were taking over their control of the bottom lane right off the bat themselves.
Yeah, the plans can be so frustrating when it comes to zone control. And then you got a Leona next to it. And it's not just the engage you have to deal with, but people kind of underestimate Leona's passive, which does add a lot more damage. And it's easy to trigger that when you have all these plants throwing damage across the board. As we get through our final picks so far, FlyQuest banning a lot of those AD mids. You had mentioned earlier taking away that chase, but also Yone. Now Gnar and Tristana taken off the map by Fear.
Yeah, lots of focus on the solo lanes. Renata, I do not believe, even for a moment, coming through. Sajed, I think Sajed is one of my favorite, like, troll hover players. Like, he'll just hover over all kinds of random champions just to get us to talk about them a little bit. But FlyQuest do desperately need some form of engage tools. They have a little bit of poke between the Zeri and the Nidalee. They need a lot more damage, and so far, the Lucian coming in probably for Bradley will have a lot of ability to do damage and set up a strong mid lane, but it doesn't solve their problem of we're going to poke them until we go in.
Yeah, it does give them a bit of skirmish, especially with the Braum. There is a pairing there that works really well. The passive Winter's Bite, everything, it gets stacked really fast when Lucian's just doubling up these autos. So you do have a way to get some of these skirmishing stuns in. But yeah, we do need to wrap this up with something that's going to bring together this team fight. Fear Starforge, they're going for the Aatrox over in the top lane for Philip.
Yeah, it's only the second time that Philip has played Aatrox this summer, and it is something that we know Surdy does like as one of his potentially better carry champions coming through, but we really are seeing Fear Starforge taking a little bit more time to think about what it is that they want to play into the mid lane, because it's going to be play probably into the Lucian, can also be into the Zeri, and the Jhin going to be the answer coming through. So a lot of utility and a bit of an odd damage profile coming through overall from Fear X Starforge, but a lot of pick tools if someone ever gets too far forward.
It's a good amount of pick tools, amount of long range damage. Varus not going to be as impactful as he used to be, but the Jhin does scale up and does bring a lot of that, especially when you have the curtain call to open up. It adds more to the zone control of Fear Starforge. Final pick coming in, we're going to have some side lane shenanigans. It's Surdy on the Jax.
Yeah, I'm not super convinced about this last pick. You're running out of ways to, like, start fights. You're mostly relying on your opponents messing up, and the major part about the Fear X Starforge engage tools between the Zyra, the Jhin, and the Varus, they don't actually need to dive you, right? That's what the Braum really excels at. They don't need to jump into melee range. They're going to hit you with one piece of crowd control, and then they're going to hit you with another piece of crowd control, and they're going to hit you with another piece of crowd control, and they're still at auto attack range, and then you're dead. And suddenly FlyQuest are just going to be missing people right off the bat. This is what I've called a Nova composition in the past, just because everyone just, like, hits one person at range, they die, and then you play the rest of the fight without a lot of, like, strong tools, but just an extra member.
I think for FlyQuest, if they do want to win, I want to see a lot of early to mid game plays coming out from them. I want them to be the ones to start to accelerate these games and not allow for a situation where we get into the late game and Jin's just popping people. There's too much zone control for you to get through. Time will tell to that regard, but let us know in chat who you think is going to take this one. Will it be Fear Starforge? Will it be FlyQuest? Reminder, very important game. This is the last one with regular draft bans. Game 3 now underway.
As we start looking at it, I know Cubby is a big approval of the approach velocity that Chime has picked up on that Braum, getting the extra movement speed towards allies who are immobilized or enemies who are immobilized. So it will give them a little bit more movement in these games, but I am a little bit worried about how FlyQuest have drafted for this one. They are going to need to showcase that they are better, and the player that's going to be most pressure to make that happen is going to be Shaden on this Nidalee, a champion that is very, very reliant on trying to make things happen early on in the game. But XU has also been the player who has been way better at fast clearing all of their jungle camps and has been much better at clearing everything out before Shaden has so far in this series.
See, as our teams start to spread out across the board even enough, I do want to take a moment to talk about some of the history of both of these squads. I mean, for Fear Starforge, we've always built a lot of these like fan favorite teams like Shochi, Toasty are some of the names that do come to mind that have been in the roster in the past. This current roster is one that, on paper, it's the first time we felt like they have something that's a big contender to actually get to finals. There's so much experience, and you still have the crowd favoriteness in players like XU. I know Rafa would be screaming his name all day.
Yeah, I always like to talk about the XU effect. that every jungler in the league will have a very strong opinion on how good of a player XU is and whether or not they think they're better or worse than specifically XU. I've heard way more junglers talk about this guy than anyone else, just in terms of like a benchmark of how strong you think you are. But this time around, it is going to be XU. He is clearing faster than Shane after doing the same number of camps. Not a huge surprise playing the Zyra, but he is so much faster and he's clearing towards the bottom side of the map, which is going to put a lot of pressure onto Sejed and Chime, just like we suggested it might.
I mean, I feel like that's going to be one of the ways you can try and find victory in this game for Fierce Starforge, slowing down Sejed. We know how impactful Zeri can be. More specifically from ABO, some of the Seri plays he's been playing throughout the playoffs thus far have counterpunched and taken wins back in the favor of Fierce Starforge. You don't want to give the same tools over to Sejed.
Yeah. And XU already down here on the bottom side of the map is there well before the crab actually spawns, and so XU going to be putting a little bit of pressure on. Showcases kind of where he is, but also knows that he is not on a ward, so the rest of FlyQuest bottom lane needs to be very respectful of where he potentially could be. Bradley going hunting a little bit, doesn't quite spot him, but now he does see him, and it's going to be some damage.
Tries to throw a root out. Deadly Flourish will not land, so both roots going to miss. You can see right now, XU, for the most part, is just kind of gathering information. He did get some wards out, looked at the Gromp to get that timer and try and potentially scout out where Shaden will be on the map.
Yeah. He has been very aggressive as well from the top side of the map. Very low on mana, but it's been working out quite effectively as they're both chugging through some potions, or just a biscuit, rather, for Surdy this time around. But that's one of the major things about Surdy is how much pressure he puts onto his lane opponent, how much he plays over every single minion in the game. And Shaden coming around behind, Philip doesn't know that, but it doesn't look like he's going to be suffering for it at all.
Yeah, the wave needed to be pushed all the way in for FlyQuest to go for that play. So for the most part, it's just Shaden kind of some presence out there. All the meanwhile, the wave does get shoved nonetheless by Surdy in the mid lane. Bradley duking it out with ABO. No, our typical ADCs in the mid lane that we love to see over the course of this season thus far.
Yeah, Winsome all alone, and now Chime knows that. Doesn't have the Winter's Bite at all to try and chase them down, but still, it is going to be a very even game right off the bat between these two. No one finding any early laning advantages, not a whole lot of extra pressure coming through from XU, but he has been clearing faster than Shaden so far in this game, and that will mean that the Zyra is going to be having a big effect on a lot of these upcoming plays, because the amount of pressure and the amount of zoning that XU will have on the game.
See, XU is now taking an angle towards the bottom lane. Priority was coming out from Fly, so alleviating some of the pressure there for FlyQuest was just about clearing out the wave and going for that reset. It does give Fierce Starforge an opportunity, now that the reset's coming through, to just start up the dragons and begin that stacking.
Do you remember really old League of Legends where that would have sent Winsome all the way back to his opponent's fountain?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember if that was one of them. I do remember there was a really weird teleport bug that you could do with Darius, where like the frame where you like teleport back. Yeah, and you would hook people into your own fountain. Yeah, League of Legends used to be really weird. But that's going to be the first dragon going over towards XU right off the bat. And he does it so quickly, he has an opportunity to contest for the Grub as well. We did see that currently the Grub score is 7-5 in favor of Fierce Starforge. And as Shade moves towards the top side of the map, we will get to see if XU can hit level 6 in a time where it's relevant like he did game 1.
Philip looking to back off as Surdy goes to aggress. He's not going to be able to land the counter-strike, which means that Philip can turn it around. All the meanwhile, XU gets some time with the Void Grubs. Will claim one. Shaden's looking to claim the other. That the Patience Bar means a reset on that Void Grub. Might be all three going over to Fierce Starforge. Shaden's attention is on Philip. Currently now turns it towards the river. Here comes Winsome with the flash over the wall, forces the flash out of Shaden.
Yeah, very respectful flash from Shade. It doesn't look like the Demon's Blade will land, but look at this from Chime.
That's going to be pretty tough right now. Counter-Strike comes out. Curtain is going to be opened, and popping away will be ABO. go. Can't find any kills just yet. Philip has absorbed as much as he can. Will flash back to safety. FlyQuest still the aggressors, going towards the tri-bush behind the top lane. They want to find more, but they don't have the health bar to set up for a dive.
Yeah, so Jed ends up finding his way all the way towards the top side of the map. It's going to be a 2-to-1 grub trade in favor of Fear, but it is going to be a kill getting picked up by Shaden. And that last one, Winsome being very aggressive on this Leona and not finding the engagers that he needed to. And Shaden, the victor for it overall. We also got to see that Surdy, by throwing out his own ultimate, got Philip to use the World Ender on the Aatrox, and suddenly that puts a lot of pressure on Aatrox because he doesn't have the same kind of healing, he doesn't have the same kind of speed and damage output for the actual fight if one were to break out. So Fear not able to get any of the crucial ultimates off in the fight. A great Unbreakable from Chime made sure that the Blaze Olive was not going to do any real damage in FlyQuest with a small advantage.
And it was kind of interesting because it was a little bit of a blunder from Shaden where he didn't get the counter-strike, he didn't get the stun, so it made Philip feel like he's confident to pop that World Ender and try and take him down. Ends up working in the long haul nonetheless. FlyQuest, we take that first blood. But it's Fear who will grab the majority of the grubs in the net of everything. Is now the focus towards the mid lane coming out from Winsome. He's looking for an angle on that Zenith Blade. Shaden, in the meanwhile, does have a ward out, so he can create some distance before Winsome gets a little bit too close. Fear playing up around the dragon, still 2 minutes 30 seconds before that does spawn. It's about vision control.
Yeah, the crab is going to be going over towards Fear X Starforge. They did already pick up the Cloud Dragon, and here's an ult from Surdy.
Surdy going for the chase onto Philip. Philip's going to pop the World Ender in response. It only gets Philip away from the wave and away from that farm.
But that's enough. Surdy knows how effective this freeze is going to be. He sees exactly where Philip is, and he has Shaden around this side of the map, and they know that XU should be on the bottom half because they saw him recently. Shaden popping up towards the top side is going to hurt quite a bit for Philip's economy because he does not have a jungler to support him. He does not have a mid laner that can help him out either. And even though Shaden gets nothing for it, he can still go back to his own side of the rift and just make sure that Philip is respectful of his presence.
And with the route that Shaden was taking, it still leaves a lot of questions. Where's Shaden at? Where is he hiding? You haven't seen him on the map since then. You can assume he's towards the top lane. The one thing that XU did was clear out that quadrant of the map, his blue side quadrant. So with that cleared, you had mentioned it earlier, it does mean that Shaden doesn't get as much as he would have liked.
But overall, though, it's still a 1,000 gold lead for FlyQuest kind of across the board, as we do see that Shaden in particular has a fairly large lead, and Sajed and Bradley both out farming their opponents, but a 2v2 up on the top side, potentially, as XU finds nothing.
Just pills backwards. Both of the junglers kind of hovering around this area, trying to feel the volatility of what's going on in the top lane. Giving up at any given second. Surdy, who currently has the lead in CS, as well as an assist against Philip.
Yeah. I mean, Surdy doing a good job up on the top side. Not necessarily the highest farm numbers up there, as Surdy fighting a lot, both sides having to give up minions in order to go for the actual skirmishes. But still, FlyQuest, they are in a position where they have slowed down the game a bit. Now they're looking for a Blaze Olive.
ABO, you can see that Shaden is buying his time with the spear. Flash being burnt out, it's still successful for that gank. Not going to have it for ABO in the mid.
Yeah, really good dodge actually from a Blaze Olive to run in a bit of an awkward angle such that Chime's ultimate was not going to land, but that ultimate being down might be enough for Fear to go pick up these topside grubs, try and make sure that they get the Twitch Shatters on their side. They'll have all the Void Mites in order to hit these upcoming turrets. XU finds one, but not going to be going for another one. Instead, the attention is being paid towards the bottom side because the dragon started up by FlyQuest.
A dragon to come up. First dragon went to Fear Starforge. FlyQuest looking to stop the stacking, but Fear want to make sure they can keep that rolling. 4K health remains. It will be reset. FlyQuest are happy to grab the scuttle.
Historically, XU has been one of the best 50-50 smiters in the league, but that has not felt true so far in this playoffs. Shaden has gotten the better of his instinct, was able to steal, or Sajed was able to steal last time around, even earlier in the series, but no contest comes through this time, and XU has 3 grubs, 2 dragons to his name, and it's a Hextech Soul coming through, a very powerful one for Fear to try and play for. And remember, they don't have committal engage. They do not have to jump into their opponents. They can still kill people from half a screen away.
Poke, and prod. Not going to see it. Certainly curtain calls will open immediately after, and guess what? You're losing members, and you can't even see the enemy. That's the terrifying part right there. And it seems that Fear Starforge are going to have their way with neutrals across the board. The first 2 Drakes went over to them. They are getting priority over onto the Void Grubs right now. Shaden is scouting out the area. All the meanwhile, XC will get, as I said, majority will have 4 to the 2 FlyQuest.
Yeah, Winsome also moving up. Bit of a odd moment there for Winsome, is just maybe trying to fight Shane, push them off of this one. We're also seeing this is an interesting back coming through for Instinct. I really hope he has an item completed, because this is a wave that he is likely to lose as long as the Jed pushes it on in, which he is doing at the moment. So Instinct going to end up losing a little bit. I remember hearing a lot about Sajed saying, yeah, my opponent backs at bad times. He's going to be losing at least a couple of melee minions for that one.
Surdy going for the aggression onto Philip. Doesn't set up the dive though, but he does get the flash out of Philip. Chime is here going for the dive. World Ender's going to time out, and they will go straight for him. Looking for that stun. They don't get it. Chime can only take one more shot, and Philip absorbs the pressure. Fear Starforge looking for the counter assault. Winsome's leading the charge. He does not have his solar flare. He has to land a Zenith Blade if they're going to get an engage. They're not finding it. The ultimate going out, it was a chunk of damage on a Surdy, but no kills.
No kills coming through, but Philip living the dive and finding a kill in the mid lane. All while Instinct is just hitting the bottom lane by himself, finds another play. We'll take another look at what happens to Bradley here in the mid lane, as Winsome just comes in mostly unspotted. Flash stun? Yep. Yeah, just layer of CC coming through, ends up going over towards XU in that last one. So that's kind of what we're talking about, right? You get hit with one bit of crowd control, you can't move at all. And one of the things that we have seen be very effective for Fear is how much trust they have had in each other so far. Both these teams have showcased how effective things can be when you played with the same group of guys for a while, and especially now that Fear are playing together at the Cincinnati Esports Innovation Lab, we've been able to see their communication being taken to another level.
I do think that's such a great thing from Fear as the org. This shows they're really investing into the players. You know, they flew out all the players to Cincinnati. They have that partnership with the University of Cincinnati to utilize their lab. So trying to make the most of it with this talent that they have, because these are very talented players on Fear Starforge. There might be some kind of setup towards the mid lane. No, going topside instead, where ABO is by himself. Surdy gets the counter-strike, and it's going to be all too easy for Surdy.
Plays all have had nowhere to go. That should be a Reptile getting picked up for FlyQuest Challengers. We're getting once again to that 15-minute mark where the stats start to say that FlyQuest have had a gold lead. They've had a 77% conversion rate so far, maybe even higher after that last game comes through, because they get another win off of that gold. But they're up about 1,000 gold at 15 minutes this time around. Teleport from Philip to try and stop the bleeding, make sure this turret does not fall. But Fear Starforge, we have to go back to the last time these two teams played. Whoever had a lead at 20 minutes ended up not winning the game 2 of the 3 games that they played.
It shows you that both of these teams can find comeback potential. Doesn't matter what state of the game it is, you do have to give some respect. I mean, these are, again, the defending champions against the #2 seed in the regular season. And a lot of these players, I mean, we talked about the All-Pros. I mean, FlyQuest, you look at their bot lane, 2nd team All-Pro with both Sajed and Chime, 1st team All-Pro with Surdy, and one of the scariest top laners in Surdy at that.
Yeah. See how effective they are in the side lane. Surdy is generally the kind of player who does not committed side lane. It's usually a shove and move, right? You push out a side lane and then you come join the rest of the team. The Jax with only 2 grubs, not going to really do as much damage to these structures as they might want, but he is going to be down on the bottom side of the map for this upcoming dragon. But crucially, XU is here first, and XU is playing Zyra, and Zyra being around an objective first means that it is very difficult to walk with.
No, just look at XU walk around, and keep in mind, XU is not pressing W. This is a Zyra passive that just keeps putting the seeds down and will just kind of infest the river before the fight even begins, which is why it's important for Fear to have this mid lane control and transfer that towards the Drake. But FlyQuest are going to be fighting for it. Same time, Fear. Curtain Call opens up. Couple of pop shots, but nothing significant.
Yeah, XU reasserting control in the river. Shaden.
Oh, trying to catch out Shaden, but there's not enough damage to really follow up here, so it's all for naught as Winsome gets destroyed by FlyQuest.
I don't know, Winsome lands that one, but once again finds himself in a very awkward position. He's kind of the odd man out. Philip?
Philip so low. He can't stay nearby, and neither can XU. Fear Starforge, they were trying hard with the dragon stacking, but they're denied by FlyQuest.
Yeah, I need to look at exactly how Winsome was positioning in that last one, but he ends up just dying. And that means that the rest of his team cannot contest for the dragon at all. The Nova composition not making use of the great range that they had. They didn't have a ton of mana left on several of their members. Blaze Olive throws the ultimate into the Unbreakable from Chime, and ultimately a dragon and a kill getting picked up by FlyQuest. Remember, like you were saying, Desterux, this is game 3. Whoever wins this game will have side selection if we go to a game 5, the all-important last one. But yeah, Winsome just really far forward. Instinct doesn't have the mana to contribute a lot of damage to these longer poke situations, and Philip also just kind of caught out. Fear X Starforge playing this composition leaves Winsome in a really awkward position because he's really good at going in as a champion, but you don't have to be that close a lot of times. Thinking that his team had the tools to single out Shade.
Surdy versus Philip on the top side. It keeps delivering, and Philip's delivering damage to Surdy. Has to pop the ultimate. Philip's feeling pretty good. Chime now in the back pocket, gonna arrive to help out, but there's an XU and Winsome waiting in the wings. Both top laners gonna call it a day.
Yeah, Surdy really liking to play these low health lanes over and over again with Philip. Philip does have the World Ender to heal back up quite a bit, but you have to be very careful because Surdy can just back away from these plays, and FlyQuest, more persistent up in the top side of the map, will reward themselves with the top lane turret. We'll have an opportunity to back away from that. At 2,000 gold, they continues to grow, and FlyQuest, so dominant in so many of the games early on. They've been making good plays, not just in this series, but it's how they've gotten a lot of their wins, is they just out-rotate you. They have better general understanding of the map rotations early in the game.
And what we've been waiting for from FlyQuest all season is a return to form from what we saw from Spring. FlyQuest just haven't been performing at the same level that we saw that last split. And we're starting to get glimpses of that from time to time. I mean, go look at their Supernova game. It was 2 back-to-back 25 minutes to start that off. A lot of that domination, you know, we talked about it earlier. Sajed was saying that Quad did provide a lot for this team, did take on a lot of responsibilities that he didn't really need to, that helped out and kind of spoiled this roster. They're finding their groove once again. They're finding that vibe once again to be a team and to bring out the best in each other. Showing up very, very late in the playoffs, but better late than never.
It's so important, right? Both these teams have already made top 3. When top 3 is cool, but top 2 is way cooler because it gets you 2 flight tickets. The first one to America's Challengers, which is going to be down in Brazil. And of course, we're also going to be having the Grand Finals Challengers League hosted at the Riot Games Arena here in Los Angeles. So, FlyQuest, they want to make sure that they can get further in top 3. They're going to be crashing this Rift Herald into the bottom side of the map, and Bradley will be the recipient of all that gold.
Tasty. Quickly. Shelly. She did her job. About it. It's more gold going over to Bradley, which does give a 3K lead for FlyQuest 20 into this far. And looking where some of that gold is allocated, I mean, I see it on Shaden, which is always going to be good for me, which I always going to love, because when Shaden has economy, suddenly we start to see that agency come alive.
But the issue of their composition still is there. They do not have great tools, especially when it comes to sieging, and especially when it comes to getting fights started. It's so difficult for this FlyQuest composition to dive unless they are really far ahead. So 2,500 gold is nice, but Fear Starforge shouldn't be feeling super pressured. Yeah, the Jax and the Zeri are individually strong at scaling, but compositionally, Fear Starforge is able to create so much space for their backline in these upcoming fights that as long as Fear Starforge aren't falling behind, we really like their chances in these later game fights. So this slower game pace should be favoring Fear X Starforge as long as they are able to play for some of the dragons before FlyQuest gets a bunch of these X-Techs.
So what we want to see is FlyQuest push the tempo, push the momentum. Get Fear to kind of dance to your tune. There are some potential setups towards that. You can see the vision that's being established over towards the Baron side. Another thing you can fight around is, of course, that dragon that was mentioned earlier. There's 20 seconds before that does spawn.
The dragon is going to matter quite a bit. That's why we see a Blaze Olive teleporting towards the mid lane here and wants to make sure that you can get some of that poke down. And yet again, XU in the river first, but this time around, there's no one on FlyQuest who's already coming up from the bottom side of the map. Instead, XU is able to throw down a ton of uninteractive poke, throw down these plants that will also block out a lot, but FlyQuest saying, hey, what if we just go push the mid lane instead, pull you around, and now Eric Starforce, they have Philip coming up the river, but XU no longer in control of the mountain passes that actually get yourselves into the valley.
Means that Philip just has to bail out from the Dragon Pit. Dragon is now going to be pulled. But here's the danger, man. You don't have vision over there, so this means Shaden can keep throwing these from the Fog of War. Means you have less time to react and dodge. Instinct, already the recipient of one of those spears, knocked down to about 2/3 of the health pool. You have Surdy, who's setting up for the flank right now. Another one lands onto Instinct. That's absolutely filthy. Surdy looking for the engage. We'll find it right onto Philip. Following through is Sajed. Philip now on retreat, flashes away. Sajed, a couple more poke shots coming through. Sajed with the chase. Bradley on the opposite end with the calling. And the two marksmen of FlyQuest will take down the Reapers.
That is absolutely brutal. Multiple of those spears landing from Shaden onto Instinct, the major damage dealer in these fights, and is pushing Spear X Starforge away. There's no opportunity for a contest, and the double marksman and the Jax are going to be doing so much DPS for this Baron. So, for 23 minutes in, FlyQuest find themselves a Rally Cry Baron Baron.
And FlyQuest will be wearing purple 23 minutes, 6K lead. Baron in the pocket, and it all was off of this play right here, Josh.
Yeah, those arrows landing puts Fear X Starforge in a really tough spot. Philip not able to stand up to Surdy at this moment either. So both flanks just suddenly collapsing. There's not enough damage. There's not enough safety provided to Instinct. And then slowly, every single one of these abilities landing onto members. We get to see the ultimate from Sajed chaining its way through multiple flares, and they're right on back. They're coming back for the dragon, which the entire fight was about in the first place. Fear Starforge down 6,000 gold, and FlyQuest in total control. They're going to be getting their second Hextech Dragon of the game.
Easy pickings. Fear were able to grab the first two, but now that FlyQuest are alive and online and they know their time to fight, they're starting to thrive. They will grab second Drake of the game and begin to put their focus pretty much in every lane. You have in the bottom lane Bradley over side lane to lead a wave towards that tier 2. In the mid lane, it's a dance between the jungle and mid. Rotation coming out from FlyQuest to start taking over the jungle.
Oh, with some.
Yeah, that's a solar flare coming out. You got to get a lot of damage if you want to take down Chime. And Sajed has a lot of damage, but he's not on Fear, brother. And now here we go. We're able to jump on him. Zenith Blade lands. It's a shutdown. Philip will grab it, and Fear Starforge have some life.
Some life. Oh, Surdy.
Here we go. Philip gets taken down. A chomp coming out of the Cougar. ABO has a lot of ground to cover because Surdy is on the opposite side, and with the Goomba Stomp, that life is snuffed out.
And we're seeing that even with the power that the Fear X Starforge composition had built up for themselves, they're just not able to lock down these members of FlyQuest. FlyQuest just continues to dance around them. They wait for their different moments. They jump right on back to Philip and a Blaze Olive, and his Chime takes a couple of turret shots for his mid laner. Surdy's going to be picking up the bot lane turret. You see the pressure in the mid lane. That's going to be another structure going down, and so this Rally Cry Baron buff already 4,000 gold advantage coming through for FlyQuest. That puts him over 8K in the lead.
It's absolutely accelerated now, and look where a lot of that gold is going. That's where you want to see it, man. Sajed showing up 10.8K thus far and has 3 items completed. You're seeing what he's able to do in these team fights.
Yeah, Sajed looking fantastic. Shaden looking really good this game as well. And Fear X Starforge, they're very rapidly running out of tools. In theory, they still scale well, but XU past the point where he is at his prime relevancy on this Zyra, simply because of how far ahead the members of FlyQuest generally are. It's not as though Zyra damage really amplifies later on in the game. It's mostly about just creating space for the rest of your team. Has not been able to do that because of how efficiently Shane has been landing these spears.
Fear are being pulled thin, mid lane, top lane, they're dancing around. And FlyQuest trying to siege up onto towers. You can see that the curtain call was used to try and wave clear earlier. That's how desperate it's getting for Fear Starforge as they look for defense. As Solar Flare does not land onto Shaden, only finds the slow, and the siege will continue.
Fear Starforge pushed back up against the wall yet again as they're just losing the pressure. FlyQuest are doing a fantastic job at splitting the map, not allowing Fear X Starforge to build up all the pressure all in one place, and it leaves FlyQuest NZXT to just slowly take down these structures. The Rally Cry Baron buff is gone, but they're still going to be getting another turret bot site.
All right, a very desperate engage coming out. Zenith Blade will find its mark, but it's on to Chime and the ADC. In the backline, Bradley able to bring some damage. They will sacrifice their support in the process. Can FlyQuest get anything for redemption? Going after Philip. Counter-Strike's going to time out. Going to use that Hourglass. Here comes Sajed looking for an angle with the lightning crash. Will bail out immediately after grabbing that kill. ABO is critically low. Has to bring in another shot, but his team is collapsing at the hands of Big Bradley.
And as soon as the Fear X Starforge cooldowns are gone, that is the moment for FlyQuest to pounce. They're opening up the base, even without the Rally Cry Baron buff. FlyQuest taking the top lane inhibitor. They're going to be putting more pressure there, and they have so much time to back away and make sure they can even get back out on the map for their third consecutive Hextech Drake. FlyQuest challengers on the red side. They're going to have to do it again because Fear X Starforge looking at an 11,000 gold deficit.
Kai, if you don't mind, can you show the jungle of Fear Starforge right now and how red it is? It has been lit up. These sieges have been ruthless by FlyQuest, and it's on the Baron side. You have a Nidalee. You have this damage that's going to come out from the Fog of War. If Fear make one misstep, that Baron is gone.
It doesn't even need to be a large misstep. You can probably just do it even with Fear around the map just because of how much of a gold lead you currently have. You have so much room to make mistakes. You don't need to go for the cleanest fights in the world. Just need to get them started. With Instinct, I mean, he's got this on-hit build. He will pump his way through Chime, but it takes a while for him to actually get that taken care of, and he doesn't really have a lot of help from the rest of his team. No one else is really good at killing tanks. It's really a lot of pressure now onto Instinct, and he's gone with a Gwynsu's build, meaning that the Alpha Strike he has with the ultimate into the Piercing Arrow combo, not going to be doing as much as he wants to all these squishy members.
See spear after spear after spear being thrown out. Shaden just taking control of the red side jungle of Fear Starforge while Dragon spawns. It's going to be an easy take. Third Drake of the game will be secured by FlyQuest NZXT challengers. Right now it feels like they're doing a lot of the formalities, crossing their T's, dotting their I's. How do you stop this team, especially considering how fast their Baron take is? It's going to be devastating right now. Again, 11k in the lead as Fear dance around the blue buff side of their jungle.
Yeah, you really don't at this point. Like, you hope that Ablaze Olive gets something absolutely crazy. If he can get a couple of auto attacks onto Bradley and Sajed after he completes his next item, maybe there's a chance for him to get the damage on the targets that he needs to. But I'm not seeing an opportunity for them to do that whatsoever. FlyQuest have, like you said, so much vision control over the western quadrant of the map that Fear X Starforge have to walk through the lanes. They cannot afford to walk through their own jungle.
And I want to point out the itemization of ABO. You know, it's the Static Shiv and Rapid Fire Cannon as the first two items. You are kind of lacking in damage. Armor does put a hard stop to a lot of what you're looking to accomplish with this Jhin. Though it's still going to take longer to scale to get towards those later stages where you need this Jhin online. Problem is, you need it right now, man.
Yeah, you need it faster than that, because ultimately this Baron is already mostly gone. XU gonna try for something cheeky.
Gone. XU gonna look for the steal. 1k health remains. I'm sorry, it's not happening. And XU gets secured by Shaden. Surdy comes in, will stomp one down. They're looking to close this out and send them to the hellfire. FlyQuest NZXT challengers will find a triple kill for Sajed. Ablaze Olive will run for the hills, run for his life, because here comes FlyQuest.
this game's over. It's already just running down a Blaze Olive, taking that one as well. Not quite yet. We'll be running around. That leaves Chime and Sajed to actually end the game. Already hitting the Nexus turret. Shaden trying to hunt down a Blaze Olive, trying to find that one to pad those stats just a little bit. But FlyQuest on the red side of the map will be taking down Fear X Starforge, putting themselves one game away from Los Angeles and Sao Paulo.
FlyQuest and ZXT challengers. It was a good display coming out from them, especially considering the conditions that we set up very early on in this draft, Josh. It was something where they had to be the ones to start finding momentum very early on and in the mid game, and they did just that.
Did a fantastic job of it, and we get to see just how impactful the jungle really can be in this last game, as Shane has been doing a fantastic job. A number of crucial spears landing onto members like Instinct and XU in the several fights that were leading up towards the Dragons. And Shaden, even though he wasn't clearing as fast as XU was, he was putting a lot of pressure in the places that it needed to be on the map, finding a couple of crucial early kills this time around with so much control over the course of the game that Shaden, one of the best junglers that we've had, yet again showcasing why he deserves that second All-Pro.
Those spears coming out from Fog of War, they can be so devastating, and considering how accelerated Shaden really was, I mean, I think back to some of the fights we had somewhere around like 17-minute mark where he found back-to-back spears against Instinct in the 5v5. It's moments like that that really secured this game for FlyQuest, landing those very crucial skills, those skill shots. It's why Shaden is going to be our player game, and why FlyQuest are now at match point, our defending champions, one more game away from, as Josh said, Sao Paulo and Los Angeles. We're going to throw it over to short break. When we return, we'll get ready for game number 4, FlyQuest NZXT versus Fear Starforge.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Dermaldehyde. Bahardamard.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Introducing your third team All-Pro for NACL Summer 2024. In the top lane, Supernova's Faisal.
But now Toasty has joined the fight, the calling right in. Faisal, look at him. He's taking down Quacker. Now he's got free range forward. That scissor is not going to stop you today. Toasty is going ham here. Sammy getting in a lot of trouble now, too. And a double kill for Faisal. Rovex going down, maybe even a triple kill.
In the jungle, Fear X Starforge's XU.
Winsome leading the front line. XU's over that wall. He's going to look for the steal. Tenacity in a bad way. Here comes XU. He's going for it. XU. Lawrence XU. Shoo. Send that one straight to Rafa. Know the name or get erased by it. Fear Starforge. March right onto DSG and send them to the hills. Send them to the grave. They're looking to send them to a 2-0 devastation.
In mid lane, Team Liquid Honda Challengers Roamer.
Megador. Now he goes unstoppable. Roamer is a killing machine right now, and so is Team Liquid. That horse is trampling Winthrop. And unfortunately for the Eagles, there is no saving grace here. The Dragon will go over as well. And Roamer, he's finding more. He gets them. Roamer, godlike.
At ADC, Supernova's Lens.
As look at the damage, look at the pain that's being delivered by Lens, who throws another spear. Nice. He's setting up for the penta angle. He's going after another, and the Turkish Prince, Lens, will fight for Supernova to find their vengeance. And the long con, a knockback from the Emilio. Give him the damn penta. Let him have it. He's royalty. He's earned it. Penta kill for the Turkish Prince.
And at support, Supernova's Diamond.
Requiem going to be used. He's going to do a decent amount of Malignance, burning down Diamond a bit, but Toasty tanking up here. He's able to kite heavily. As Yuji's going to use the Wall of Pain to slow down the advance of Supernova. Here comes Faisal. The engage from Diamond hits. It can be over the top rope with the Weaver's Wall. And Supernova have dashed puts Dragon Steel on the map early here.
Introducing your second team All-Pro for NACL Summer 2024. In the top lane, Dragon Steel Zamudo.
Oh, he didn't even land the keeper's verdict, so
That's what I thought. I thought he was dead to rights because of that.
I'm wondering too. He just gets the flash.
No way!
Oh, really nicely done.
In the jungle, FlyQuest NZXT Shaden.
Oh my god, if there was a moment to do it, if there was a person to do it, it might just be Shaden. We've seen him make the difference time and time again. He's in there, and he gets it! I told you he was better! And Zamudo goes down too! FlyQuest are absolutely smurfing it!
In the mid lane, Fear X Starforge Ablaze Olive.
Is this going to be the
He's
make
low
or break moment? XU not really wanting to give his life for it, but it looks like Music was willing to. Rovex goes in with the Zenith Blade, but now Blue Otter, they're running around like chickens with their heads cut off. And that's a double kill for a Blaze Olive.
In the bot lane, FlyQuest NZXT Sajet.
For the first pick, they take down Rummer. Baron secured over to TLC.
How much, though?
Kill goes for Bradley, but he's getting chased down by 4 members of TLC. He cannot do enough. A shutdown's going to be found by Sajet, and here comes the rest of FlyQuest. They hop onto spawn. They'll dismantle the Draven. They'll get a triple kill for Sajet.
And at support, FlyQuest NZXT Chime. So Surdy's gone Mega. Faisal's
They're
off
going
to
for
the
it.
side. Chime, he wants
They're
it.
completely split. Look on the other side. They do not have
That's a nice off the line.
Faisal cancel those to Jed going over the wall now. Big Moonlight Vigil wins. There's the Requiem, though, to kind of separate them, and they're already taking 2 down with Surdy. And now Jed's going forward with his own flash. Supernova had no bodies left.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost. Josh, the rematch is delivering, man. The first time around, it was Fear who took it in the upper bracket on a 2-1 victory. This time it's FlyQuest who are at 2-1, but we got a best of 5 to do.
Yeah, and this is already looking like it's going to be potentially a long one, but the fact that FlyQuest finds the win in the post-game breakdown presented by the Real Cost while they are on the red side of the map is huge, because the first part is they broke the blue side winning every game so far. You only need to do that once if you're the lower seed going in, but also crucially, now if we get another Game 5 and we actually get to see Fear x Starforge win this next game, that means that FlyQuest have side selection for the crucial Game 5 where there are no bans left in the game except for the fearless ones.
Excellent performance coming out from FlyQuest in this game number 2, but let's talk more about what you were just talking about, Josh, because I think that's an excellent thing to bring up, especially in game number 4. You talked about game 5, no draft bans. Game 4 still has some, but it's only 3 per team. You will have all the fearless bans still there, but less bans for the draft itself.
Yeah, and that does mean that some of these counter picks that you normally look at that matter way later in the draft, they are so much more important because you can't ban them away. And crucially, we still have things like the Nautilus available. We also still have the Aurora, which if it does not get played in this game, is definitely getting played in Game 5. So, FlyQuest now have the opportunity to decide, do they want to let Fear x Starforge play it this time, or do they want to get an opportunity to play it themselves in Game 5 when you might not even have to get there in the first place?
Yeah, with that side selection, it could mean that if we do go Game 5, FlyQuest could take that B1 Aurora if it doesn't get banned away. So great thing to bring up, Josh. I definitely very much like that. But now it's 3 bans on each side. Again, this is where things are going to get very, very crucial. This is where we have to start letting things through. For Fear, however, letting that Nasus through has not been something they want to do. So that gives potential for a Game 5. It's something that Bradley very much knows how to play. Same thing with Aurora, gets banned away by FlyQuest.
Yeah, it definitely implies to me that Fury do not have the same kind of, familiarity with playing against it. They probably don't get a ton of games playing up against it in these scrims. It's also just strong right now. I also have a whole other rant. I was like, why is NASA strong now instead of like 2 months ago, or like even 3 months ago, or like last year in the mid lane? Like, this champion has not really received any changes, and suddenly everyone's like, oh my god, it's like AP Tryndamere. This champion was the same for like 3 years prior to becoming OP in competitive play. So guys, just go out there, play your wacky things. It'll work, I promise.
I've learned that from Moose Hater and his Garen, and funnily enough, the counter to the Nasus has been Garen, which absolutely hilarious. Final ban comes through. These are the only bans we will have in the draft itself. That is a Rumble. That leaves the first pick over to Fear Starforge. Xe will be playing the Vi.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It's had been banned away from him several times before, and I really like the instant response coming through from FlyQuest. Like, oh, the Vi is up. That means it is time to play the Xayah. You just break out the Featherstorm, and suddenly there is no opportunity for the cease and desist to lock you down. Instead, it is going to be the Xayah and Rakan, a very powerful combination, especially later on in these drafts when some of the Tier 1 and Tier 2 AD carries have already been removed, but it is going to be matched by the Nautilus and the Jinx, one of the strongest supports that you tend to see, making it very deep into this draft.
I kind of like this from Fear Starforge, at least in the earlier phases of things. I mean, Nautilus is always great. It's one of the last engaged supports that you really have to take before we have to start getting a little bit quirky with some of our picks. But Vi, quick and snappy for early ganks coming out of nowhere. Only doesn't even need level 6. As long as you have the Vault Breaker, you can be effective. But it means you can get snappy kills, which is always great when you have a Jinx to get her excited to take over the game.
Yeah, and also the Justana coming through. Now, we have seen players like Caps have spent a lot of time practicing using the rocket jump to get out of all kinds of crowd control you don't think it should be able to, but you can oftentimes make it work anyway. So we'll see how effectively Bradley has been practicing that in their games, in the practice tool, in order to get away. Now, reminder, there are no more bans here, so we're going to have to sit for a little while as we go through the different options. What was that?
We're gonna vibe out a little.
We're just gonna vibe out a little bit. Sounds like Caesar is just going absolutely nuts in the background for you, but we do still have a lot of engage coming through from Fear X Starforge, and I always like being the team that has the tools to make things happen. And when you are the team that has the engage tools, your opponents have to respect you. They have to assume that you're going to be making mistakes that they can't punish. If you make no mistakes, they can't punish them.
That being said, Chime is on Rakan. That's one thing I do really want to point out, because whenever he's been on this champion, some of the most filthiest engages have been found by FlyQuest's side. You also have the Lovers Duo, which means for a very, very potent bot lane. Yeah. Yeah, thank you to our production who are speeding it up so we can get into the next picks. So I do think for FlyQuest, we do have a pretty decent setup for the rest of the draft to go through, but definitely going to see how that will shape up. There's no way we're getting Ornata.
Yeah, okay, it makes me wonder, that's the second game he's been doing this. I wonder if this is a shout-out, just like we've seen with the Katarina for starting XU is a shout-out to their partners. I wonder if there's a shout-out to someone as well coming from that, but it's going to be the brand lock-in for Shaden, a magic damage jungler, much needed to support the double marksman coming through, and then the Talia locked in, coming in here for a Blaze Olive. Talia plus Vi, very potent combination, and the Ornn being blinded here by Philip up in the top side of the map, but that is an abusable top lane pick. The Olaf and the Kennen taken off the table, but it's still something where you can play a lot of different aggressive champions up in the top side for Surdy, and the Gwen, one of the foremost punishers of Ornn because of how effectively this champion scales.
And not just Gwen, but we had the Brand locked in earlier. Brand is really good at melting some of these front lines. So you do have a lot of forms of answer into this Ornn. But the thing is, the Ornn doesn't really need to do that well in lane. You just need to have the kit. You need to bring that crowd control and upgrade everyone's items in the process. It's great if you do have a big tanky boy. What I'm interested in is the mid-game plays and what XU and ABO will be doing with this very, very deadly combo that we've seen so much in the Vitalia.
Yeah, it's going to tell us a lot. We've given a lot of credit to XU and Blaze Olive for being this very powerful mid-jungle 2v2. Bradley and Shaden haven't necessarily linked up in the same way that XU and Blaze Olive oftentimes have in their games, but we also know how much this game means to members of Fear X Starforge. They were in the upper bracket finals, now in the lower bracket finals. They are a couple of games away from fighting their way through it. XU in particular has been very vocal about how much making it to the Americas Challengers is going to mean to him as a kind of proof to himself that he deserves another chance to play in LCS.
You know what would be incredible, Josh?
What?
Dig don't make it to Worlds, and XU goes to an international, and Tomo goes to Worlds.
That would be very entertaining.
That would be an incredible outcome for all of this. But I mean, to even set that up in the first place, we do need Fear Starforge to take a win. I do think they have great odds, though. I love this composition from them. It's very fast. It's very gritty. It's very skirmishy. It could be the comp that is going to take us to that game 5. Let us know in Twitch chat who you think is going to take this. Will it be FXS or Fly C? Your Starforge versus FlyQuest NZXT Challengers.
Wow, and Twitch chat very much in favor of Fly C so far. We got to get a couple Fear fans in chat, at least a couple of you guys, to say hello. This time around, though, it is going to be a lot of pressure coming from FlyQuest, and they are playing a pretty similar composition, like conceptually, to what we were seeing from them last time around. Not a ton of engage tools. This time, Chime is a little bit more effective at getting fights started on the Rakan than he was on the Braum. But on the other side of the map, it is a very different style. Fear now are playing a composition that is going to go ahead, and you do have to get into melee with your opponents. And it's going to be kind of scary because jumping into that Brand in particular becomes a massive issue because of how effectively the power plasma is going to be bouncing between your members.
And when you're going against a Brand, sometimes just picking him off isn't enough. You have to pick him off before he gets that very first rotation off. That's all Brand really needs. That's a lot of damage, especially in the 5v5s where it could be bouncing everywhere. One of the stats I did want to bring up, so far in playoffs, Chime has been undefeated on this Rakan. That's why I like seeing him play it so much. Did play it in the regular season for 5 games with an 80% win rate. Capable on this champion, and definitely can clutch it out some of these engages that FlyQuest need.
Yeah, a lot of pressure to be coming out from Chime on this recon, and he has the tools to be aggressive in this game. He also has the tools to stifle a lot of the aggressive plays coming through from the other side. Plays Olive, runs over, gets a ward down, double checks to see where it is that Shaden is in his clear, and actually a little bit faster once again this time around as they do spot out where the brand is clearing, knowing that both junglers are going to be on opposite sides of the map. Doesn't look as though Fear has gotten the bounce off of the turret just quite yet, so FlyQuest should be relatively safe in the bottom half of the map, whereas Philip has lost a lot of HP.
A little bit off the top, Surdy's been trimming away. Fortunately for Philip, it doesn't crash towards the tower, so you can at least hold this wave here. For Surdy, it's not going to be the biggest of the concerns. XU is pathing towards the bottom side. Well, you have Shaden over there, and the golems right behind you.
Yeah. But, I mean, with XU coming through on the bottom side of the map, there's no real opportunity for a dive. There's no real opportunity for a play here unless he wants to spend an inordinate amount of time hanging out in the bottom lane brush. Instead, just going to be going to go pick up the bottom side Scuttlecraft and should be resetting for both the junglers momentarily. But you got to feel for Philip. We set him up at the very beginning as a big neutralizer to Surdy, which he has been in a lot of the games that Fear has won in this matchup. Unfortunately, his Ornn is miserable. I've played a lot of Ornn, and every single time I play up against a Gwen, I am just very sad. It's like, okay, guys, I hope you guys are winning.
Hope you guys get to have fun. I get to drive the bus and bring all the kids to Disneyland.
Yeah.
But, maybe not the most fun of play when you do get stuck up here. Especially a player of the caliber of Surdy, which I think it's an important conversation to bring up. Surdy, while an incredibly great player, does have the hands to deal with most of the players in the league. This summer hasn't been the best Surdy that we've seen, Josh.
He attributed a lot of that to how focused he was on solo queue for a while, and it ended up making a lot of decisions that you would make in solo queue come out on the competitive stage, and unfortunately that is just not how professional League of Legends is played. And we'll see how effectively he can adjust that coming through, and I definitely can tell that we have gotten a lot better over the past month or so in terms of him making sure that he can balance both the solo queue and the competitive side of it, making the good decisions for himself, but more importantly, making the good decisions for his team.
Yeah, it's something we had a conversation with Chad about in the past. We've heard him on interviews talk about how, like, sometimes staying stuck in solo queue really does change your gameplay. It's a very different environment, solo queue versus team play. So yeah, that can affect you, but balancing it out, it's been showing in playoffs throughout the bracket as FlyQuest get more and more into form. Now, as we start to take a look at where these junglers are going, it's the second Raptor camp that's now spawning for Shaden, who will be ending over towards that top side. XU, now towards the bot lane river where the dragon is.
Yeah. Did he spot out that ward? He does. Going to clear that one off. Could put pressure on this dragon right away, but not necessarily going to have the time to do so as Bradley jumps in, is level 6, but gets knocked back. So it is going to be a tough moment for Bradley to move around on the map very effectively, and if XU picks up on where it is that Shaden has moved to, he should be able to pick up this dragon. He's going to be starting it right now as bottom lane finally finds a priority necessary for him to feel safe.
XU. Chemtech Drake that they will be taking. You have Shaden over towards the top side, so response above will be the Void Grubs. Backup does come out from Chime, win some supportal combat. To be met. Neutral objectives now getting secured.
Yeah. Shaden does this one so quickly. XU will be picking up that dragon. And we are back to a situation where FlyQuest are putting themselves in pole position to pick up more of these grubs. And Gwen is a fantastic champion for this. Philip uses the ultimate to clear out the top side of the wave. So he's not going to lose too much there. But he needs to get out right now because Shaden can just walk up and ult.
Leave! It is too dangerous, man! There are sharks in these waters. And Shaden's going to cut off the escape route. XU is headed bot lane, all the meanwhile looking for a play. He is level 6, so does have the cease and desist. Flash does come out. So Sached finds himself to safety, but the same can't be said for Philip as the wave has met the tower. It's first blood for Shaden.
That's terrible. That's going to be an entire wave being lost. Multiple plates being picked up for Surdy at the same time. Philip finds himself in a terrible situation up in the top half of the map, and a fantastic draft from FlyQuest already giving them a 1,500 gold lead. Only 7 minutes into the game, Surdy's going to be so strong on this Gwen, and Shaden also picking up that first blood, taking away camps from his opponent at the same time.
Welcome back, Surdy, really bringing the heat when he's on these more carry-oriented champions. Great seeing him on the Gwen. Cease and desist now landing onto Shaden, catching him out by himself. Seismic shove pulls him to his demise. Give it one more pop. It's too late. ABO will take the kill in the bot lane. Winsome looking for the escape. Has to flash out. Root onto Chime. Instinct gets enough distance and will escape the grasp of the bot lane of FlyQuest.
Yeah, Shaden punished though for overstaying, but it's not necessarily going to affect their gameplay all that much. Still cutting that first kill and resetting, and XU and Blaze Olive also showcasing the 2v2 prowess that they have had so far, locking down Shaden, making sure that he can't get out of that one. Now XU going to be taking away some camps from his opponents, and we know that Shaden's on the bottom half of the map, and we'll see if XU is able to suss that one out himself.
I'm watching where XU is going right now. I mean, you did say those top camps are up, so I don't suspect him to leave this side of the map just yet. Now Surdy really taking it to Philip. Might go for the dive. 200 health remains. Philip just has to go back now. His teleport was already burnt a little bit earlier. It's starting to come off cooldown, but not fast enough. He's going to have to walk that route.
Yeah, 20 CS down already. It's going to get worse before it gets better, and I don't know if it ever gets better. That's the major problem, is this matchup. As the Gwen starts to get more and more gold, more and more items underneath their belt, yes, Philip does become inordinately tanky as the Ornn comes through, and turns out, you know, you got even more HP, armor, and magic resist every single item you get based on how many items you built for your teammates. But it might not matter when you're already down this far. He's just trying to make sure that he can pick up some of this wave and doesn't get continuously proxied on.
It's starting to get a little bit grim. If you want to pull up the stats over for the top side right now to see how far ahead Surdy is, and that's a 1.4k lead against his lane opponent. That's a very accelerated Gwen, Josh.
I mean, that is the entirety of the lead of FlyQuest over Fear X Starforge so far. They are so strong in this game, and they're going to be looking for ways to continue to snowball that. This has been one of the classic ways that FlyQuest have been winning their games, just the laning prowess that this team has had. They are so good at coming out with these advantages, and now Philip has Flash.
Ooh, Philip is going to meet up with Shaden, but you can see how much damage this brand loves to do. Will drop him to about half health, and Philip has not had a good day whatsoever in this top lane.
Absolutely not. That should be the top lane turret going down very soon, because Surdy has the ultimate back up. Philip going to be backing away, and XU is here. They want to try and keep the turret alive. They have to go for a play shortly, but that war in the Tri-Brush makes it so difficult for XU to find his way there. Surdy pushing this wave in, and Shaden sticking around. But XU and Blaze Olive have linked up.
Yeah, and they're waiting in the bush. There's no vision there, but there is suspicion for FlyQuest. They feel like Fear are waiting, and they see just that. Call the Forge God coming out. Surdy gets knocked up, but it's Shaden going to be the first one to drop. Fear fighting back now. They find Surdy. They'll be able to take him down. It's Philip who gets the kill and gets his revenge against Surdy. Fear Starforge now taking the kill lead.
Yeah, a couple of kills come through immediately, and the grubs coming through immediately afterwards. Great combination. Blaze Olive and XU once again showcasing.
Ooh, beautiful seismic shove. Fortunately, Bradley's there, so Chime has an out. But this combo that we've been seeing, the engage that it has, flip of a switch, XU's in there, same thing with Philip. It is hard to deal with.
And a really good target selection, making sure you go for Shaden, who does not have Flash, who also does not have the ability to become immune, so you do not have to care about the range that Blaze Olive is using the seismic shove on, taking him down before he has a chance to react. However, still did a lot of damage. We will be seeing that improve over the course of the game. You know, 2 items is really where the brand does maximum damage in a lot of ways. So Fear X Starforge, if they can weather the storm for a little while, they will have some moments where Tristana isn't quite online, where Sajed doesn't have those 2 items, and you can really rely on the Vitalia combo to build you a gold lead.
And really just rely on that combo to get Instinct excited. That's the thing I'm going to keep looking for once we get towards those 5v5s. But as the tower does fall, it's Surdy getting first brick all to himself. Gonna be a very wealthy Gwen.
Yeah, super strong. 1,200 ahead of Blaze, all of the richest member of the other side, and look at that. 2,000 ahead of his lane opponent. That is more than the entirety of his own team's gold lead. So at least Instinct is having a good lane this time around. He's going to be getting a lot of plates off this bot lane turret, using that range. And crucially, because Jinx does have the Vitalia alongside them, Instinct can just hit that target with a rocket, make sure they die, and then start going for those resets. And there's not a lot of dive that is currently being threatened onto Instinct's Jinx.
And it's a good time for Instinct to really shine out. Can try and clutch up with this Jinx. For Instinct, it's been a very interesting story with him because he's fallen into a lot of unfortunate places, like the revolving door, that was TSM, Fly Fam as well. I've been waiting for a team where we can see how good Instinct really is. We've always known he's good at positioning very well for these team fights. But now it seems like some of the weight of this game number 4 is going to be on his shoulders, and so far, you know, he's pulling off the deadlifts against Sajed, but I need a little more. I need a bench press as well as Chime goes for the engage, able to get the knock-up right onto Winsome. Winsome will flash back and away. It's FlyQuest 4 strong. Pounce onto the bottom lane. Now here comes Weaver's Wall. Blaze Olive, Seismic Shove will not find its mark. FlyQuest disengage.
Yeah, not able to find Bradley or Sajed in that last one. They do walk away with a plate and Blaze Olive and several flashes coming through as they move down towards the bottom half of the map. Fearix Starforge, some of the pressure they had on the bottom side has been relieved, but Surdy has shifted his attention towards the mid lane, and Mom says it is his turn to pick up 2 plates there as well. Let's go ahead and double check on where we're at. Yeah, 875 gold off plates alone going over to Surdy. A massive amount of gold, a massive acceleration of the strength of the top laner.
A lot of this means that Surdy can just chill side lanes, no worries. Gonna do some investment banking, keep that gold growing, and keep Fear sweating. That'd be a big target. And speaking of targets, I mean, Bradley is alone with the tower, and no one from Fear is even close, so it's gonna be another tower going over to FlyQuest. Yeah,
lots of money going into the pockets of the solo laners here for FlyQuest challengers. FlyQuest NZXT has been looking so good today, and now Eric Starforge, they have to make things happen. Remember, they're the team who needs to be aggressive in this game. They're the team who needs to find the engages. Otherwise, the range differential coming out from Shaden in particular is going to continue to mount. The side lane pressure from Surdy is going to continue to make their game harder and harder. With the Riftmaker already completed and the Nashor's Tooth well on the way, Surdy is very close to just powering through the Kana Gurkern that Philip has and just chasing him down in these long lanes.
FlyQuest showing up late to the fight, but not late enough to receive that seismic shove. Chime will just hop away. Now we do have second level of ultimate being picked up by Philip. Cease and desist comes out, but Featherstorm will deny one, will not deny the hook though. Sajed has to flash out. Depth charge will follow, so will XU's fist.
But you also got to see how difficult it can be to take down Sajed. That is 3 members required to pick up Sajed while he has the ult and the flash available. Chime not able to stop any of that, but here's a teleport from Surdy.
Yeah, that's the ultimate pop, so they wanted to collab onto XU. XU has to burn his flash to get out of this. Surdy on the flank, goes after Instinct. There's nowhere for this Jinx to go. Chopped down by Surdy.
Ooh, misses the needlework. Looking at Winsome. Counter teleport.
Seismic shove comes out, lands on the Surdy. Surdy has a lot of health to work with, but utilize the miss. Now here comes the call to Forge God. Triple knockup from Philip. The Reapers come alive.
Okay, the gold lead right on back to even as Ornn and Vi come together. A massive amount of gold currently in XU's pocket. He's not yet the richest member. That is still Surdy, but we get to see how much punch and counter punch there is in this game as Surdy will come through, instantly find the kill onto Instinct, but it's the overchase, the overstay that comes out from the rest of FlyQuest, thinking that there is no threat. But as they go so far forward, it gives time for Philip to come right on back. They just go through these blind corners. Surdy takes way too much damage. Without easy access to flashes, without easy ways to separate themselves from the other team, Fearix Starforge cleans up multiple members who still had their flashes available.
Hey, it was a rough time in lane for poor Big Philip, but I told you that man has a kit and he works it on FlyQuest, man. Brilliant triple knockup from the Call of the Forge God. Fear Starforge now working their way over to where the dragon is. It's 10 seconds before it does spawn up, and you already have Big Phillip in the area.
And this dragon could be a big difference maker in this game, even though the gold lead's still slightly in favor of FlyQuest and ZXT. This dragon could potentially change the way that Instinct gets to play the games. With the amount of speed he will have after throwing out the Super Mega Death Rocket, he can really take control of these fights, moving around, he can outrun a lot of the quickness as long as he doesn't get hit by the Grand Entrance, and make sure that there is even less threat put onto this Jinx than before. And Jinx, once they start getting resets, the best champ in the game.
Oh yeah, runs all over the place, really hard to lock down. And you're not the champ, you're not the team that's drafted the Vi, which would have been a great answer to that. No, it's Fear Starforge who have that for the great pick.
Yeah.
On that conversation, by the way, that's a 403 Vi. That's a lot of economy going over to XU, who's been finding these great cease and desist angles.
Yeah, I was definitely looking at this game and thinking it was getting pretty close to over until that last play that Phillip and XU were able to make the counter collapse after the initial play. They're still not out of the woods. They do have great scaling tools. Remember, they do still have an Ornn, so the gold lead is going to start lying to us in the next couple of minutes as the Ornn items do get completed. However, the other part of that is they still have a Tristana that's scaling and a Xayah that is scaling up that will do a ton of damage. So the tankiness of Ornn is going to be a little bit fake as the game continues to go on, because the amount of raw DPS FlyQuest backline can do.
On top of that, Frozen Heart isn't going to do too much against the Pyroclasm as Chime. It's the heavy hands of XU, takes it right on the chin, able to walk around. Not much issue. It means that Fear Starforge have a siege angle on the mid lane and take the turret.
You get the turret, they open that one up. It gives them easier access to lane priority when it actually comes to playing for the upcoming dragon. But crucially, the next couple of minutes are going to be really important, because you need to start putting experience into the Ornn. You need to start making sure that he has time to hit these levels so that he can build these item upgrades for the rest of his team. As he's currently sitting in mid lane, you don't really want to watch him be starved over the next little while. He already lost a lot of experience based on how the early lane went, so he is behind the curve in terms of trying to make the rest of his team stronger.
But still present in the team fights, which is where it's going to be important. But yeah, it does still need to catch up to be that big tank presence. Taking a look at the timers right now, it's 3 minutes before Dragon comes up. We're heading towards that 20-minute mark, which means Baron will be spawning quite soon. Always something to pay attention to, especially when you have teams that have these double marksman comps. Tristana, Xayah, both locked in by FlyQuest. It gives them a fast Baron.
Yeah. I also have one of my favorite pieces of trivia is FlyQuest should be backing away from this. Desrex, do you know what the Frozen Heart Ornn upgrade is called these days?
Oh god, I do. It's still like Frozen Heart, but with like Masterwork Frozen Heart or something like that.
Yeah. It's a trick question. It doesn't really have like a fancy name anymore.
Yeah.
A lot of people still remember a lot of the old ones like Syzygy. But no, it doesn't have a fancy name anymore. It's just the Masterwork is what they're all called. So good job figuring out the trick. But it is going to be coming through. The first one has been completed. Level 13 means Phillip upgrades his own, and then every level hereafter he'll be able to upgrade one of his teammates. I expect putting it onto Instinct or maybe XU is going to be the best way to play this out on the next couple of minutes, simply because you really want to get that next level. But at level 13, I think it's like, I want to say it's 5 waves that you need to get in order to get a level. He's about halfway there, so if he can get like 2 more waves before this next dragon spawn, I think he gets another item upgrade for his team.
Quick law on the action, Josh, I want you to name it.
Name
what is it? What's it called now? Frozen Heart Masterwork.
I
want to call it Frozen Soul.
Frozen Soul?
Yeah.
There you go. I think that's better than anything I would have come up with.
Hey, Twitch chat, give us some names for the Masterwork Frozen Heart.
Blue Horror.
What do you got? What was that?
Blue Horror.
Blue Horror. Oh. Man after my own heart. My favorite
the Frozen Heart
Warhammer faction
there
is the Zeech's over there, but different conversation, Josh. It's not the game. We're not playing Warhammer. We're focusing on League of Legends. Not yet. And we'll see you at another tournament soon enough. Now, Fear in the mid lane, getting priority over here while FlyQuest start to corral over towards their own quadrant of the jungle. All the meanwhile, you do have Bradley, who's alone in that side lane, clearing waves, teleport available.
Got a lot of power currently from Fear X Starforge. As long as they can deny all of this vision, make sure that FlyQuest are uncomfortable to walk into the bottom half of the map. That's part of why we are seeing Winsome and Instinct get their resets off in time. Philip still only level 13, does not yet have another Masterwork item completed. I would love to see him get one more wave of minions in order to make sure he gets that level 14. Hopefully upgrade that Infinity Edge, make it a Masterwork as well, and suddenly Instinct will have the damage necessary to start coming back in this game. FlyQuest did have the lead around 15 minutes. Yet, double checked, yeah, they were almost 3,000 and ahead at that point, so we'll see if that 77% win rate with that lead does come to fruition.
Dragon Soul Point, Dragon spawns in 8 seconds. Fear do not have priority right now of the mid lane or the river. This allows FlyQuest the first setup rate for XU. Ooh, hook almost lands on the Shaden. The big pick right there, going to be the big fight. Battle line's going to be drawn, Josh.
It is actually a Blaze Olive that receives the Masterwork. It is on the Horizon focus, so XU moving all the way down and around, looking for this big opportunity to jump in. This is a big play. He gets spotted.
Call the Forge God and XU ganking at the same time. Big engage for Fear Starforge, but XU is now on the run. He falls to Bradley, a shutdown. FlyQuest weather the storm, and now down a man is Fear Starforge.
Fear X Starforge, this is looking super dire. They want to make sure they can pick this up, but they do not have a jungler. They have to zone away Shaden, who has no flash, so they're giving themselves the opportunity to burn.
They gotta go now, they gotta go now.
No!
And Shaden, how in the world did he get it? Surdy leads the charge, Shaden gets another kill, and the wings of FlyQuest flap above the dead bodies of Fear.
A fantastic idea from a Blaze Olive, but it just does not work out this time as Shaden still manages to pick up the dragon no matter what, and they not only stop the Cloud Soul, but they're marching their way towards the Baron.
And it's a quick take. You got a Brand, man. You got a Tristana. You got a Zaya. It is so fast. 5k health remains. Winsome's there. He's looking for the angle. Get this Jinx excited. Can it be a comeback fight for Fear Starforge? Now Shaden's low. Looking for the stun. Wants to land it. Can't find it on ABO. The members of FlyQuest are falling one after the other. And it's all on Instinct to find the triple.
Oh, man. It's looking so much. It's one Danny following the footsteps of another. Looking for opportunities to turn things around at the Baron, but it's still going to be a Baron buff. The Rally Cry Baron buff now in the hands of FlyQuest challengers. They still have a gold lead. So Instinct needs to get all of the money that he can. He needs to be able to recreate that later on in the game. And as they're hitting this might be a bit of an overstay.
This is very dangerous right now. Chime is over on the backside, but it's XU waiting in the wings when the trap laid. It's a dead Chime and an excited Instinct. Now chasing towards Surdy. Here comes Call the Forge God. Who's it going to land on? Surdy gets one kill onto Winsome. Goes golden to get away from the seismic shove deep into that terrain. To slip up, and now the follow through. Phillips by himself, and there is a Brand who's willing to burn you down. But the wall goes up in ABO, trying to defend Phillip. Surdy gets low, needs one more auto to finish the deal, but the chompers go down, and Instinct will protect.
Right on a razor's edge. That last fight, people were so low, going back and forth, but still, we get another look at the fight around the dragon first. It looks okay at the beginning, but XU just loses so much HP and Chime buys so much time on the other side of the fight. The XU ends up being the first one to go down. But then after that, I really love the wall that Blaze Olive puts up, making sure that the members of FlyQuest cannot get closer. They know that Shaden has no flash available, so if the Weaver's wallet is there, he has to try and steal it over the wall. But still, it's a 50-50. It's just spells going back and forth from one side to another. It goes down to 17, and I think that's the burn that ends up picking it up. That is a feels bad. That could have been your access back in. It requires a hero play for an Instinct to even keep you in the game.
Yeah, that Pillar of Flame just on the edge of it. Follow up with the passive, the burn, so significant for FlyQuest and their chances in this game number 4. Or Fear, it's still on a knife's edge, though. You have to keep in mind, Sao Paulo is on the line. Los Angeles is on the line. They need to keep these fights coming, and they're looking for one on the Chime. They'll bring him onto Chompers. Here comes the teleport. Already one's gonna fall, and that means Instinct's excited. XU goes deeper. Call the Forge God. Gonna be sounded. Finds a double knock-up. XU critically low. Philip will take him down.
Instinct.
A double kill found by ABO, and Surdy's by himself. Instinct is excited. He's ready to take the fight to FlyQuest.
A perfect corridor for Fearix Starforge to go for this fight. They make sure that Instinct safe the entire time. They trade out XU's frontlining for Philip on the back half, and with so many more members still alive, a 4v2, now 4v3, Fear can start building up this gold lead yet again for the first time in this game. They're going to be taking the mid lane turret. They're going to be moving towards the bottom side of the map, and look at that, Sajed also getting hunted by Winston, but not able to take that one down. But finally, a 1,000 gold lead coming through for Fear. We have not seen a gold lead this large from them the entire game, but the game's still so close, means that either one could take it down.
Yeah, for FlyQuest, stop Instinct, man. You have to take down this damn Jinx, or she's gonna run the entire game. Instinct is positioning well, and another thing that's coming out from Fear Starforge is they're willing to throw their lives at FlyQuest if it means getting just one reset for Instinct. And now we got this Jinx 5-1-3.
And has the Masterwork Infinity Edge as well, is looking very, very strong. 3 items completed on Ablaze Olive, also with that Masterwork, and XU trying to zone out Surdy, make sure they can't get in. Ooh, misses the Q coming through, but they are in control of the area. There's not a Baron to trade for FlyQuest, and that means that Fear should be perfectly prepared to pick up this next dragon.
7 seconds before it spawns, Fear are in position. They still have that Weaver's Wall that can deny accessibility to that dragon pit. Badly stepping up, looking to clear some of that Vision Dragon now being started.
Oh,
pulled by Instinct. A nice use of the seismic shove. ABO finds a critical pick. Now Instinct looking for the angle. He wants to go ultra. Call the Forge God. Knocks up 2 in the back line. And Instinct will chase them down. Ravenous for their demise.
Oh my gosh, Instinct, he wasn't hitting for so long, but he just knows his front line is that durable still. They cannot chew through Philip and XU fast enough, and he just needs to wait till Gwen is no longer immune. That's going to be the Cloud Soul for the rest of the team, and now Sajed and Chime in a very dangerous spot.
Yeah, Philip steps up, realizing that all the Reapers are beside him, and they will take 2 more souls to the grave as they march towards the base of FlyQuest.
The pings are there, the teleport comes through, they're going to be taking down at least the inhibitor, and with 40 seconds before Sajed actually respawns, Ablaze Olive and the rest of Fear looking to end the game.
We're looking for a game number 5, but no, not just yet. There's still more to be done. Inhibitor in the mid lane falls. We have 25 seconds before Baron comes up.
And Fearix Starforge have to have so much money left to spend. They had 1,000 gold lead before the dragon fight. It's now to 3,000. We'll see what components, what items get finished coming out of the other side, because Fear... Now, I mean, Philip, he's still looking for a couple more levels. He's got the 2 major Masterworks completed, but he's still looking to continue building up that gold. So the lead that we see on the screen is kind of lying to us. Should be about 3,000 higher, effectively, for Fear. And then they have the Cloud Soul on top of that, another 4,000 gold worth of stats. This is a much larger effective gold lead for Fear than the map is showing.
And they have the team fight now. You have a great front line that's protecting Instinct, that's protecting this Jinx, and even ABO is able to start off some of these fights with the seismic shove. That's what we saw in the last fight just now. Everyone is taking the initiative on Fear Starforge. Now that Vision line being pressed forward.
Yeah. Well, look at where Chime currently is. He's got a massive flank available to him. You have to remember that so much of Fear's ability to win these fights is predicated on the fact that Instinct is safe. And with this ward actually being able to see the Baron, FlyQuest know they do not have to take any risks whatsoever because it's all a bait.
That's a nice placed ward right there. Over by the Baron, it's not close enough to that control ward. You can see right now, shout out to our observer Kai, flickering the vision right there. Only going to spot it thanks to that sweeper. So now FlyQuest do not have vision. Now they got to start gambling.
Now they have to make some guesses. They have another blue trinket. They see it. It's already down to half.
Oh, Shaden gets grabbed. Will use the hourglass, but here comes Chime. He's looking for the angle. Last chance for FlyQuest. Knocked up immediately is Surdy. It's all for naught. XU has to run away, but going golden. Now excited is Instinct. Doesn't have much health, but has the damage to bring the fight. Sajed has to flash out. Looking for the sap. It lands. ABO will take down the Zaya. And the Reapers looking for game 5.
They're coming through. Once again, we get to see Instinct safe during that last fight. Chime not able to find him, jumping on other members. Instead, in Fearx Starforge, they finally come through, push us to Silver Scrapes, and we get to see this series. It was 3-3. It's now 5-5 between these two teams. One of them has to break the tiebreaker and win their tickets to Los Angeles.
What a slugfest, man. This series just keeps on giving. And now we're at the big moment, Josh. There are no more draft bans. We're going to game 5.
And crucially, remember, Fear is not the one that has side selection this time. FlyQuest winning game 3 gets to pick what side of the map they want to be on. And that means that the Aurora, which has been banned from every single series we've been seeing, finally has a chance to come out. And Bradley, you know, he's been waiting for his opportunity to do this. You know, Surrey's been waiting for the opportunity to do it too, because it has been a long season and it's been a long weekend as well, as we take a look at the last fight once again from this game.
And I do want to say Instinct, his positioning throughout the entirety of this game in specific, so crucial to have the Jinx in the right spot. Does mean for a lot, Josh.
Yeah, the fact that Chime only lands his engage onto the front line is disastrous for the opportunities of FlyQuest. Yeah, Bradley and Sajed can do quite a bit of damage. So does Shaden. They're able to hit the targets that they like to, or not necessarily like to, but the targets that they have to. And Instinct doing such a good job making sure that he is still alive, and as soon as the crowd control is done applying to his front line can turn around and instantly take down all the members and get the crowd control on the other side. So it's not a big surprise then that our player of the game this time around is going to be Fearx Starforge's AD carry, Instinct on the Jinx, only dying once in that last game and taking his team to a clutch 5th game.
Well deserved for Instinct. A lot of that play revolved around him. You needed him to be excited, and not just that, it wasn't just you have to drive Instinct to the ball game. Instinct had to make sure that he was in the right place at the right time, so these big flanks that were coming out from players like Chime weren't catching him. So excellent play to come out of Instinct to go ahead and get that 7-1-9 record. Overall, that means that time, Josh, man, this is where things get really, really intense, because I want to remind the viewers, we're only one game away from figuring out who takes that final ticket to our finals in Los Angeles and the Challengers Americas Challengers, excuse me,
there you go.
Tournament that is going to be coming up in Sao Paulo, Brazil. So big stakes on the line. Only one of our teams can take those tickets. We're going to throw it over to a short break while we get ready for game number 5.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost. We're headed to Game 5, so before we start off, Josh, let's take some stress relief. Let's take some deep breaths. Let's go ahead and pet a cat or something. Oh.
Wow, it's Caesar.
It's Caesar once again. Don't talk about taxidermy around him. Watching you guys.
He knows what's going on. He knows it's better. Oscar ran away. He was chilling on my bed most of the time. Like, he was just like right there, but he's gone now, so.
Can you at least give me a deep breath? Give me. Holy crap, we're headed to Game 5.
It's Game 5. That
means
means this is the last one,
yes.
And FlyQuest seemed like they're in a pretty down position looking at this next one, because remember, no bans and 40 champions already taken off, but we got to go over the post-game breakdown presented by the Real Cost, because even that last one felt like it might have been the end of the entire series with FlyQuest already up 3,000 gold early on, around that 15-minute mark, but unfortunately that 77% going down a little bit over this last one, simply because Fearx Starforge came out on top.
I think back to the play, Philip in particular, that 3-man Call the Forge God in the Raptor camp. That was one of those big turning points. And from there out, it was just protect Private Instinct. And guess what? Instinct stayed alive and was able to get excited and bring a lot of that damage. Shout out to ABO as well. A lot of the seismic shoves we saw kind of slipped out under the radar with some of the damage that we're seeing on this chart right here.
Yeah. And this is going to be a really big moment because there are two competing storylines I haven't really touched on so far. The first one being that Fearx Starforge lost 3-1 to Dragonsteel, who would be the team that both these teams are trying to find that rematch against. Fearx Starforge lost that one, but I think the more entertaining one is the final boss of Surdy that Dragonsteel might have to go through yet again.
That's going to be an interesting topic, considering Surdy has been at the absolute highest of NACL and the absolute lowest. I'll take you back to that TL first relegation. But, you know, we got to start looking at the future. We got to start setting up on this Game 5 more with the draft. Let's look at these draft bans. There are 4 champions that are not going to be on the Rift. You cannot pick them whatsoever. And 0 draft bans, which puts so much emphasis on these first picks. All the OPs are going to be up. What are some that are up right now? Aurora, Rumble, Nasus, Ashe. What else, Josh?
I mean, those are the big ones. You've already kind of gone through them. And so we will get to see what the priority will really be. The Corki, Tristana, Azir have all come through. Now we start looking at some of the more interesting picks from both sides. The Gragas is also still available for Philip, one of his best champions that we have been seeing quite a bit. Chime, you know, despite his name, actually a Thresh one trick for such a long time before he actually started this one up. And as we get ready to jump into the draft, remember, with no bans available, I'd be shocked if FlyQuest did anything other than first pick Aurora.
Yeah, first pick Aurora should be the answer. I do expect Fear Starforge to go straight for that Ashe as well. Rumble is on the table. Philip has been looking really good on Rumble very recently, so it's been one of those big champions that have been helping out Fear Starforge. Stuff I would like to see, man. My question now, I want to ask you, Josh, what supports do you think are going to come through? Because a lot of our support pool has been just chopped out.
I mean, Thresh feels like one of the big ones. Alistar has already been played, so the Ashe comes through for Sajed. This is his second time playing it so far, and that is a massive gauntlet thrown down. You can tell that Fear instantly go like, wait, what do we do? They are going to go ahead and slam the Nasus, and they have to think about the Rumble, because if they don't grab Aurora here, it's kicking the can right on over to FlyQuest. You can tell, Fearx Starforge are like, wait a second, what do we want to do? They're going to be picking one very strong pushing lane, and they can pick a second one, and they do. Aurora back in the hands of FlyQuest challengers if they want it.
This is insane for this champion to still be available right now. All that being said, some big OPs were picked up. I did mention Philip has been looking fantastic on the Rumble so far. The Nasus is a menace when it comes to the mid lane. You do get a lot of poking power, putting those early levels into the... It's the ERW. I always forget which one puts up that holy circle up, but you know, you can correct me on that a little bit later. FlyQuest... No, it's not the ult. It's the circle. Circle. What's it called?
Wait, sorry, Aurora?
No, Nasus.
Oh, Nasus? E, that's the E.
No, I want the name of it, Josh.
Oh.
Why you gotta do me like that? Our synergy's all messed up now. It's gonna mess up the rest of the cast. Shame on you. Aurora.
You're the play-by-play. That's your job. I just know what they do. Anyway, it's going to be the Aurora and the Amumu coming through, so a lot of very powerful magic damage already selected, but there's a lot of pushing power coming out on the other side of the rift between the Nasus and the Rumble. In general, you put a couple extra points into E when you're playing the Nasus, especially in the mid lane, and you use that to push up without a lot of interactivity. And if this Karma comes through as well, that's going to be 3 lanes with a ton of pushing power across the entire board. That's what they're going to do. So lots of priority here for Fearx Starforge. The question is, what are they going to be playing alongside of it? I don't really think of XU as a Kindred player. He obviously can do it. The Nidalee is off the board, but it makes me wonder, Viego? Maybe? Karthus? That's a lot of magic damage. You can't afford to play Karthus here. Kha'Zix, actually another one that I think of XU putting a lot of time on, especially in solo queue throughout the course of this split.
I'm going to be honest, I'm a little bit worried for FlyQuest, given that last pick that they grabbed, Amumu. I haven't seen the best play coming out from Shaden when he's on that champion. I think back to game number 3 that FlyQuest recently had, and it was not a good angle coming out. Like, Shaden was missing a lot of bandage tosses, and it really didn't amount to much. It was a game that was dominated by Supernova, so I am a little bit worried to that regard. You still have a very powerful first 2 picks in the Aurora and Ashe, but Shaden also needs to perform if he's going to take this Amumu.
Yeah. I also want to point out that one of the things that a lot of the community is starting to learn about Nasus, he was never really a late game champion. He becomes a late game champion again when he is able to one-shot people with his Q, which happens at like 50 minutes. So it doesn't happen, right? That's one of the things that you generally see, but Nasus is so absurdly strong between levels 9 and 13 in particular after he finishes his Trinity Force, usually, or whatever his first item is, or the stats that he gets off of that ultimate, we've learned from Dragoon, are absolutely crazy. He gets like half the cooldown off of his ultimate, he gets a ton of bonus stats, he just does a ton of damage as he chases people down, and people don't necessarily have the tools in their kit just quite yet to prevent him from waltzing into your team.
And to prevent him from just stacking up in the very early stages when you are in the mid lane on that Nasus, there's not many champions that can really match him. In fact, the counter pick we've been seeing globally is Garen, just to not have to deal with the Wither. You press Q and suddenly you're running at full speed again. Next pick coming out for Fierce Starforge, they're going to take the Monkey, so getting team fight presence up in here with the Wukong.
Yeah, interesting. The Spirit Fire from Nasus, which we did learn from production, thank you, is there's a lot of armor shred coming together between the Nasus E as well as the Wukong Q, the Crushing Blow. I did know that one, where you just get a lot of armor shred and suddenly do a ton of damage across the team. So this Wukong actually very threatening, and the Amumu now going to be going down towards the bottom lane as a support instead of the jungle.
I like this. I like this a lot. I already said my criticisms on Shaden. They are erased the moment we start talking about Viego, because when Shaden is on carry champions, he gets ruthless sometimes. I think back, we had talked about it before, it was like a 5-game split where Shaden got double-digit kills on Graves, Viego, just a bundle of carry champions. So this is FlyQuest accepting that they gotta be in a comfortable situation. Let's get Shaden on some comfort with this Viego.
I'm very surprised that when push comes to shove, Instinct chooses to go with the Caitlyn instead of the Aphelios that he has been known for being very strong on in the past. This is Fear X Starforge relying on winning the game through the priority that they have in their lanes. Caitlyn Karma, very difficult to play up against, but as we've seen, Kennen is a very good 1v2 champion. The lane swap, very real for FlyQuest. They are one of the best Challengers League teams at going for those lane swaps, and then Aurora, so difficult to punish in so many of these moments. So Fear X Starforge, we have to see how effectively they execute on this lane swap. We have to see how effectively Philip is able to navigate the Kennen matchup, and can a Blaze Olive on this champion that has been banned so often stand up to Bradley on the most banned champion in playoffs.
This is gonna be intense, Josh. Game number 5. One more reminder for what's on the line. It's not just finals. It's not just a ticket to Los Angeles. There is only one more spot left for the qualifiers for America's Challengers. And if you win this game, you qualify it. Los Angeles, Sao Paulo, it's all in your hand, but you have to win this game right here, right now. FlyQuest NZXT Challengers versus Fear Starforge. We're going to be ready for the Rift in just a moment, but man, the stakes couldn't be higher, the intensity couldn't be higher, and both of these teams, they've been performing here today, and now we're just ready to wrap this up with a pretty pink ribbon and a Game 5.
Yeah. I also want to put a big highlight right now on Bradley stepping up into big shoes because of how effectively Quad was playing in this team previously. He was able to take them to a championship in the Challengers League last split, but now as Bradley waltzes on in, still looking for his opportunity to become 3 chains. He's 2 chains so far, 2 championships, the most championships of anyone still in the Challengers League. Looking for that 3rd one, looking for an opportunity to play LCS. He is playing the Aurora. Everyone bans this champion for good reason. It is so oppressive to play against because of how difficult it can be to lock this champion down. Now, he has to go up against a composition that is so good at putting out these danger circles and might get caught right away, but there's no crowd control.
Wait. FlyQuest didn't see that, but Fear did. They have first foot on what they want to do in response. They should be expecting FlyQuest to be putting some wards down. Whether or not they're expecting it in the try is going to be one of those questions. Philip is stepping up. FlyQuest, they've already gone for their invade, and now they're backing out.
Ooh. FlyQuest trying to figure out what exactly is going on here. FlyQuest, this looks like it's setting up for a 4v4 right at the beginning of the game. Sajed and Chime have to be on their best behavior. But Fear Starforge, they're coming right on in. They spot him first.
All right, they're in the bush. There are no wards there. 3 members on one side, 4 members on the other. We're going to have an early fight, and they knew what was waiting in that brush. A good amount of poke damage comes through the 3 members of FlyQuest as Fear looked to steal away this blue buff.
Yeah. FlyQuest are not going to be able to get a whole lot there. A little bit surprised that Fear Starforge decides to just deny any early game fighting, just saying, hey, we're just going to get our damage down, we're going to take our small lane advantages, we're going to be walking back on out, and as Ablaze Olive goes for his dancing, knowing he just waits for the Spirit Fire to be up over and over again, making sure there is no play for FlyQuest early on in the game. And so Shaden going to be doing the Raptors, moving towards the top half of the map, looking like they might try to play for the top half, go for it and invade, because they still have a lot of vision on XU and his intended path.
This is the blue buff gets cleared by XU. Blue buff. I do want to take a moment to double back over to Bradley when you were talking about him, the 2 chains and everything. It's important to note that he was a top laner when he earned those 2 chains. That was back on Team Liquid Academy / Challengers. And, you know, back then it was Coach Spawn from Team Liquid who wanted to try him out over in the top lane and convinced him to play for top Team Liquid. Over time, you know, when that time came up and he moved on to a new team, he was itching to get back into his original role, which is the mid lane here. And earning not just 3 chains, but on 2 different roles would be tremendous for Bradley.
Yeah. And so far, he's doing a good job. I mean, not that surprising that he's pushing around this Nasus as aggressively as he is. Nasus generally relies on getting a couple more points in those E's, and Bradley just, you know, he can take a little bit of damage walking to the Spirit Fire because he knows that as a melee champion, Ablaze Olive just cannot walk up. He cannot afford to trade any of these auto attacks. He's got to put points in the E, try and land them on both the minions and his opponent. And we can see that Ablaze Olive is taking quite a bit of damage, but is still hanging on to his potion at the very least. Now, both junglers should have a pretty good idea of where their opponents actually are on the map. As XG goes ahead and backs away, not going to be trying to risk anything because the priority that exists in the top side for Surdy.
I do want to point out the summoner spells taken over in the bottom lane. You're not going to have as much offensive summoners, so it means once you get the all-in from FlyQuest, it's Fear who are going to be at risk. You still have that Ignite on Chime. All at the same time, it's Shaden on this Viego who's going to be looking for a lot of these kills. So once the focus comes bot lane, you got to be very careful of your Fear.
Yeah. Look at that. Bradley burning all of his mana, but there's no Doran shield to come through. Maybe Second Wind is available for the mid lane, but here goes Winsome being aggressive.
Hook's able to land on Winsome. Instantly, the exhaust goes down. He'll use a bandage toss, but dead to rights, it's first blood for XU.
And XU is a huge part of this team for Fear X Starforge. Not only is he one of the more experienced, a very vocal player on this roster, but also the player who really needs to get a lot of these engages started for his team. We've seen how aggressively he can go for some of these flanks when he was playing the Vi. He's got to do the exact same thing now on the Monkey because there's no mobility on Sajed whatsoever. However, Bradley has lots of tools to be very tricky, and if you just crowd control him through all of those, he doesn't have a chance to do it.
And it means so much for XU, especially in his redemption arc to get back into the LCS. I feel like there was a lot of answers, a lot of questions that were unanswered that can only be answered from him, you know, winning the NACL and earning a spot back into the LCS.
Good Chime.
What was that?
Look at Chime.
Oh yeah, Chime's looking for an angle over here on the top side. Let's find Philip. Surdy needs to land more of his skills if he's going to find that stun, but Chime's still hovering.
A lot of pressure currently being paid towards the top half of the map. We've seen Surdy have some pretty good games. The Gwen was looking great, but now not necessarily having the opportunity to go for a kill, but still just putting that pressure up in the top half means that it is very dangerous for Philip to walk up towards the actual wave, and he just has to farm with that Q, with those harpoons. That puts him in a very precarious position throughout all of this. But the rest of the map, still doing all right for Fearix Starforge. There was a pretty significant CS deficit for Instinct not that long ago, but as they caught the wave in the bottom side, he is right on back to an even position, and a Blaze Olive just building up some of that early magic resist. Here's the first all-in.
Equalizer comes out. There's no level 6 for Exu, but there was for Surdy, who burns the slicing Maelstrom in response, expecting Exu to jump on him.
Yeah, Exu doesn't have ult just quite yet. Looking for a re-entrance.
Surdy will just hop back forward. Not really afraid of the situation. All the meanwhile, FlyQuest Shaden does have some time with the Void Grubs. Will grab the first one. The response out of fear is to start the pincer onto him. Shaden still hovering around there, looking for an angle in. Winsome trying to spot out where potentially the members of FlyQuest are. Now hopping over the wall. Here comes Bradley. Will pop the ultimate and go between worlds. Philip cannot escape. Finally, it times out. Now looking for more, but it's completely empty for FlyQuest. Fear Starforge will be able to get away.
But you also got to see a little bit of why Bradley's ultimate is going to be so strong. Your opponent cannot leave, and even though it's not a very long duration, that's still a long time in League of Legends. A couple of seconds can mean the difference between life and death. Everybody has to try and find their way out, but Instinct, left alone for a little while on the bottom side of the map, will pick up a plate for himself, and so the gold lead for Fearix Starforge is building up a little bit. A couple of plates, a couple of grubs. A Blaze Olive comes right on back and is able to pick up all the farm that is pushing in towards his side of the map.
It's not the longest, but as the leveling does come up for Bradley, you're going to see that duration of the rift stay up even longer. Starts at 2.25 seconds. By the time you get it to its max level, it's 3.25. So you get a whole extra second to try and work with that ultimate, work between worlds. Now taking a look at the map right now, I do want to eyeball this bottom lane because it was a very interesting pick to flex this Amumu down here, but didn't really pay the best dividends when Exu was able to show up, so we're looking for recovery from FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, it's Amumu without Curse of the Sad Mummy yet, so it takes a while for the Amumu to really be very aggressive. You don't have the same kind of just raw output on this champion like you used to, because of how powerful the banish shots were. They're still strong, just like the stuns that you can throw out with them, but this time around FlyQuest, they still are in a strong position. They have the priority because Instinct never got the push again because Winsome not necessarily there, and so Shaden going to be starting up this Dragon FlyQuest with one grub, and this Dragon already starting up. There's not enough priority coming in from a Blaze Olive to make it worth their while.
Surprisingly, you have been seeing the Caitlyn Karma back off quite a bit, despite having the ability to hard shove this lane. You have to be very, very careful about approaching, especially as time gets closer and closer to that level 6, and the Curse of the Sad Mummy will be available later. A lot of that is because I'm going to keep looking towards Shaden. There is great burst for FlyQuest to start the resets.
Yeah. So much of it is on Surdy, though, right? Bradley is going to be doing a lot of damage back and forth. It's not necessarily the most burst of mid-lane mages that you're used to seeing, but Surdy has so much burst damage built into his kit as the Maelstrom is there, and gotta be very careful, checking to make sure there's no counter gank from the backside from Exu.
Flash, but into it. Chime follows through with the bandage toss, and it's an easy kill. Chain it onto Instinct. Will they continue with the dives? The root's going to be found, but I don't think they have the damage. No, they do! Shaden with the dive gets the double kill, and now your nightmares have begun. Shaden on a carry champion has kills.
And the cardinal sin being committed by Winsome, flashing in a straight line and getting hit by the arrow anyway. Not enough to create enough distance because Chime flashes forward and continues the crowd control. And we get to see Shaden on this Viego. It's absolutely horrifying to watch. You just see him just stretch the craziest limits that you ever see. Is able to go for that dive and doesn't even take a lot of damage on the backside, finding 2 kills on one of his best champs.
I mean, the more he gets, the more this is going to turn into like a Michael Myers movie, and he's just the villain that keeps getting up and taking all the side characters, leaving you for last. Right now, Shaden off to an incredibly tremendous start, and now the attention coming out from Chime is towards this top side. We do have a second spawning of the Void Grub soon.
Yeah. I just want to go back when Shaden was playing, I believe it was on Evil Genius's Academy back in the day, where he just continuously would put out games where he's like, oh, well, what if I just had 16 kills? What if I had 20 kills? What if I just go absolutely nuts in the game?
5 games in a row.
Yeah, so many of them were on characters like this Viego, where he has so much control, and now Fear trying to make sure that they do not give over enough grubs to the side of FlyQuest, but one going over to Shaden does still leave an opportunity for Fear to try and pick this one up, make sure they get the 4 of them so they have a little bit of help as they go for all these sieges, but they're allocating a lot of members to do it, because Instinct already here in the mid lane, not able to defend the bottom side, so that should be at least a Flake getting picked up by Sajed.
Shaden doing a decent job of making sure it wasn't going to be 5 grubs. That was pretty much the goal right there. But as you said earlier, Sajed is focusing on to the bottom lane. Your Starforge, a little bit late right here. Sajed trying to grab a second. Not fast enough to really do that. Defenses are building up in the wave. Just get cleared away.
Look at this. Chime and Sajed still looking to be aggressive. Winston having an idea something is afoot with no flash on either him or his AD carry.
Something stinky in that bush. I knew it. I knew something was in there. That's on Sajed. Winston playing very, very defensively, but intelligent to suspect something there.
Yeah. Also, the wave's going to be coming in, so they do know they do not have to do anything. They'll still get most of the money no matter what. Instinct and Winsome are able to dodge out on the worst possible consequences. But Bradley also picking up the Maligma is going to be very aggressive in this upcoming game, just getting that extra damage off of that ultimate. And because it's such a large ultimate, you can pretty consistently get it on almost every member of Fear.
Taking a look at the game state right now. We're 12 minutes in for our game 5 in Fearless. And there were no draft bans here, and that's why you see so many powerful champions that are on the board. Winner of this goes to Sao Paulo. Winner of this goes to Los Angeles. It's a lot on the line right now, and we're even in the early stages.
Yeah. Philip also looking for some opportunities to be aggressive, but ABO got to run.
And there it is, the Between Worlds. He will flash right on out of it, cost him his summoner spell, but that is the deadly presence. That's an Aurora.
Yeah, forcing the flash. You cannot walk through it. You have to jump over it. You have to have some kind of blink ability. And flash, very important to being able to do that. 20 seconds until the next dragon is actually going to be spawning. It's a lot of pressure on this top side turret, but it still is pretty much full HP in this game. So we will see a bunch of plates going down to both Instinct and Winsome, but also no train on the other side as the teleport comes through. Arrow goes out.
Is that an arrow? Yeah. It's coming up. It's going to land on XU. Okay, so not towards the top side. We'll catch out the jungler. Surdy and Chime pressing forward. A very deadly duo of both the Kennen and the Amumu. The Curse the Sad Maelstrom can get you at any time. Shaden has some alone time with the dragon as it does spawn Infernal Drake. We'll go over to FlyQuest.
Yeah, Blaze Olive doesn't yet have the Trinity Force completed, but the base stats on this champion are so strong. There's no Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Oh, easy take right there. Shaden is in no danger. Blaze Olive might be in danger. Actually, Shaden's hurt. Oh my goodness, the ace in the hole will take him out. And the Reapers march forward. The flamethrower will burn down Sajed. And Fear Starforge take a team fight win.
A big team fight, but it comes at the cost of the dragon. So what else are Fear going to be picking up? The Rift Herald is available. They can put some damage into the mid lane, but there's a lot of committal coming through from Fear as soon as the teleport is here. Blaze Olive goes, well, it is time to fight. And look how much damage he does to Shaden. He just runs down so quickly, but as the damage ends up coming through, the equalizer that was thrown out by Philip, look at how good it would have been right now. Look at how much of a dominating fight they got. They got 3 members, but it could have been all 5 as the Jed also ends up falling. But Fear rotating a little bit better than FlyQuest. They get their members in position a little bit faster, and they finally find themselves at 2,000 gold lead with a team that really relies on being ahead this game.
That's one way to deal with Shaden. Just put him in the dirt, man. Knock that man's jaw loose. Shaden falling in that, all thanks to ABO, who's been stacking up. And now at that level 11, has the Trinity Force completed on top of it. Rift Herald going to be pulled by FlyQuest.
XU hanging around, thinking about going for a steal. And he lived up to his reputation as the chief stealer.
Shaden does secure it. Rift Herald over to FlyQuest NZXT Challengers. It means the inside track for Fear Starforge. are going into the jungle. All the meanwhile, mid lane, Sajed running kind of low. This might be a siege by Fear.
Yeah. This thing does a lot of damage. Has the ace in the hole. It might actually kill Stead if it were to hit him, but too many members of FlyQuest in the area to protect him. So Caitlyn, still very strong, has the opportunity to burst through a lot of these very squishy members. Even Chime, who will be building up the Warmogs, will have a lot of tools to keep himself alive. Nass is currently at 333 stacks, which is, you know, actually a little bit higher than you tend to expect from a mid lane Nasus these days. So really good job to Ablaze Olive to keep those stacks up. But still, across the board, we're waiting for the first turret to fall. And it doesn't look like there's any immediate threat for either side.
I look towards the bot lane. I do see that one tower is low over there. ABO headed in that direction to catch more of those minions and continue the stacking. Currently at 348 on this Nasus, so it has been building up at a rather rapid rate. A lot of deep vision coming out from Fear Starforge over in the bottom quadrant. This means they have an inside track over to Sajid, and they will wipe them off the map.
Really good play, and now they're pushing here in the mid lane, using the lack of flash available to Sajed to go ahead and take this mid lane turret. They're still looking to get the last bits of damage at the same time. Ablaze Olive putting threat down on the bottom side. If you don't let me have this one, I'll take the other one. Gonna go ahead and get 600 gold into the Nasus. This is one of the most important parts of the game for Fear. Ooh, good flash.
The timing on that flash was so significant. Chime couldn't get the bandage toss in. And now it's a 4K lead for Fear Starforge, starting to run away with this game. You saw the tower that was taken over in the bot lane. There's still a tower that's low in the mid. There's still a tower that's low in the top. A lot of early gold for Fear Starforge to take.
Yeah, I mean, this is the most important part of the game. As long as Ablaze Olive is the most important character, as long as this Nasus is not being dealt with, you cannot deal with him one-on-one. Maybe Bradley can leave, maybe, but Surdy can't kill him. Sajed can't kill him by himself because of how powerful Wither is. So you need to send multiple members to actually deal with him, and Fear are doing a good job at They pick up the bottom lane turret. They put a lot of pressure on both the mid and top side turrets. So this next fight coming out from Fear, very likely to determine how the rest of the game will go and who will actually win this Game 5 and win their tickets.
This is pretty tough. For FlyQuest, you kind of want that wombo combo to land, both the Cursed Sad Mummy, Slicing Maelstrom. Look over on the side of Fear Starforge, and they have a lot of tools that can catch you when you're out of position, especially around these corridors, these ramps. The Equalizer is so big there alongside that Cyclone. Kind of a battle of the wombos that are going on. Top lane tower falls. That goes to Philip.
Also, we got a report from production as well. Blaze Olive is typing his stacks in chat. About every 50 stacks or so, he will let everybody know. Surdy trying to chase down Philip.
Philip, feeling the shocking damage of Surdy, will be able to slip away from the final shuriken. And now Chime gets that engage he's been looking for. XU looking to bail. Winsom's the first one to fall. Sajed on the side looking to create some space as Instinct caught out of position. It's another kill for Shaden. Looking for the run. Ablaze Olive gets caught out by Shaden once more. Sure, he has all the stacks, but there's 5 members of FlyQuest there. Now here comes
Equalizer.
Philip. Look at that Equalizer. It will burn the place down. A counterpunch from Fear after FlyQuest gets some kills.
But possibly the most important fight of the game is one that Fear x Starforge loses to FlyQuest. That is such a big portion of when they're supposed to be strong, when Ablaze Olive is the chief of the Rift. Philip comes in and salvages it so they don't also lose the Dragon. But now they're going to have to take this next fight without some of the key ultimates. The Equalizer not necessarily going to be up in time, and Fear x Starforge, the gold lead remains the same, but they need the Dragon too.
Fear can go for the Dragon right now. There's no teleport for Surdy. So that means you don't have to deal with that Slicing Maelstrom. No ultimate for Chime. This is going to be an easy take. Since Fear are first on the map, they will stop the Dragon stacking of FlyQuest NZXT challengers.
They can get all of the Hextech Dragons. That'll make up a lot for the fact that the first 2 Dragons go over to FlyQuest. But there's definitely a bit of a timer on this game. The Nasus is only useful insofar as they can create threat and just win any front-to-back fights. However, Nasus is a champion that relies a lot on base stats. He does not scale quite as well with items as a lot of the other champions in this game.
Now that and as many stacks as you can get now. For the most part, ABO as he had mentioned, typing every time he gets 50 stacks. He's been stacking up rather fast. 20 minutes in. We'll get an update on that, but first we got to focus on what's going on in the mid lane as Shelly has been summoned. This means a charge onto the tower. FlyQuest will be able to open up the map a bit, but down comes that equalizer once more. Bradley's looking for an angle between worlds, getting caught up. Chime on the opposite end. Here comes Exu running through with the Cyclone, but he has the power of Fear behind him, and Fear Starforge claim 4!
And this is why Nas has been banned so much this game. He just walks right on in. The Rumble, the Wukong working together, doing so much damage all at the same time. You cannot deal with this ball of stats, and Exu does a fantastic job starting the fight off. The equalizer breaks up everything, and Bradley has to jump in and trying to assassinate Instinct, but Aurora, many things, not an assassin. Exu buys so much time on the other side of the fight, and then Ablaze Olive, look at this, what do you do? He just runs multiple members down.
Absolutely nothing. And the Reapers are wearing purple. 7K lead, 21 minutes into this. They're looking to close this out fast. The defending champions are on death's door.
7,000 gold lead for Fear. But they have to keep pushing this one forward. The Rally Cry Baron buff is still the next step as they continue to move forward. 500 stacks already on Ablaze Olive. That is very, very accelerated. He's done a fantastic job actually continue to stack these up. But 2.5 minutes is the timer left on this Baron buff. And they don't have the easiest dives in the world. You need to make sure you can find ways to accelerate this gold lead, because they have stats now, but again, Ash is going to be scaling, Diego is going to be scaling, this cannon continues to scale into the game. They will be more useful than Nasus later.
The threat of that Wombo combo is still alive for FlyQuest. Big concern is that gold lead. Man, it went up so damn fast. Philip focusing onto this lane in the bot. Surdy's looking for an angle, though. Slicing Maelstrom's available. There is no flash, so it's going to be slow getting to this. Here comes down the equalizer. Shaden has to maneuver around it. Philip's doing a lot of work, and Surdy's already dead. It's looking terrible for FlyQuest. They're getting absolutely slaughtered. Fear X Starforge, 9K lead, and they're knocking at your door.
Fear X Starforge doing a fantastic job, looking like they're under threat, but Ablaze Olive is always there. He is inevitable, and 23 minutes into the game, they're going to be taking down Inhibitor. They are still full strength. This should be Fear X Starforge winning their way to finals in their rematch with Dragonsteel.
11th hour takes FlyQuest, learn that death comes for us all. Fear Starforge will end the defending champions and secure a ticket to Los Angeles.
What a crazy game. They kept trying to fight into Nasus. They kept trying to fight into the mid-game master here of Ablaze Olive. He was always there. Instinct doing a great job. We have another replay to watch over this last fight because FlyQuest Challengers, it felt like they had the tools necessary. Some of the best champions for a lot of their players. Surdy's Kennen, Shaden's Viego, and they go right off the bat. They try and find their way to Instinct, but a fantastic cleanse and an escape coming through from Instinct. Surdy not able to get there, but suddenly you have a Nasus in the middle of your team. He one-shots Shaden. He runs directly up to Sajed. There's nothing left to do. Absolutely crazy. All the way coming through, and Fear X Starforge, they finally find their way through. This was supposed to be FlyQuest game with Aurora, with the blue side, with the first pick of all these power champions, but it was the Nasus that remained too much.
What an intense game. Post-game breakdown presented by The Real Cost. Our defending champions now eliminated. That game 5, such a big deal, man. And Fear, again, they've invested so much into this roster, flying them out to Cincinnati. Again, the partnership with both Starforge and the University of Cincinnati, allowing them to use their esports lab. They gave them the best environment for them to succeed. They flew out JJ, Ito, Kiao as well. Everyone is under one roof, and when they're working together, man, the stuff they can accomplish is absolutely tremendous, and we saw that here right now. FlyQuest eliminated, and Fear are going to Brazil.
Really big vindication for so many of these players. So many of them are trying to find their way back towards the LCS. So many of them look at this as, you know, potentially one of their ways to make it right on back, to find the new opportunities yet again. And so they just have one more series ahead of them, and then there's a long off season to see what happens at Worlds.
So off of that note, a big congratulations to Fierce Starforge. We will bid FlyQuest NCXT Challengers farewell. We will take a moment to throw it over to short break while we get our interviews ready. Sure, stay tuned, man, because I'm still trying to catch my breath. I know Josh is. You want to hear from him. We'll be right back.
Psst. Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Rally Cry postgame interview. I'm Joshi, and I'm joined by the victorious jungler here for Fierce Starforge XU, who unfortunately put me in D tier on the tier list, but currently is in S tier jungler right now as he finds his way towards grand finals here of the Challengers League. So let's go ahead and get into it. Firstly, congratulations, XU. You've had a fantastic run, and this is not the first time that you guys have played up against FlyQuest. This is your third match against them. What was it that allowed you to come out on top in this last rematch that you had?
I mean, I really think us all being here together is a huge part of the reason why we're able to win these series that are like really Fiesta or like back against the walls type situations. Obviously, playing against FlyQuest, a lot of our players have grudges against them, like Philip and Winsome. Both were on that org and both weren't retained by them. So, and we just have beef with some of their players. So like, these games always feel really personal, and having everyone together and like building off each other, it's just so exciting to play these games against them.
Yeah, I have to imagine the energy goes absolutely nuts. I heard that ABO was typing every single time he got like 50 more stats in all chat. So it definitely sounds like there's, a lot of talk that goes back and forth. But coming up next, you guys are going up against some of the master talkers of all time in Dragonsteel or Maryville, who have had a lot to say in all chat in the past. And unfortunately, last time you guys played up against them was at 1-3. So what are you guys working on that's going to make it different this time?
I mean, we gave them that one intentionally, because one, we wanted to knock out FlyQuest ourselves, and two, last time I won in the upper bracket, I lost in the real finals, so it was important to lose that one so that we can come up through the losers bracket and win the actual thing, so it was intentional.
That's true. There's a lot of buffs that come through from the lower bracket run.
Yeah,
you just get
it's OP.
more recent experience. You actually get to play some of these stage games. But let's go back a little bit. So you guys have been playing up in the Cincinnati Esports Innovation Lab, which has been awesome to see you guys all together. But the next moment coming up is going to be the LAN finals. So both you and Dragonsteel, I think, are the two teams that have actually had time to play alongside each other, to play on stage in a lot of ways. And they have, I believe, more recent experience than most of your players playing at the Riot Games Arena. Is that going to be an issue for you guys at all?
Nah, I mean, we kind of talked about it this morning. We were talking about like nerves on stage and stuff like that, and everyone feels really comfortable on stage. So I'm confident that we have better experience than they do on stage. I think they're kind of known for choking. Like, they lost to Slew with this roster, basically. So like, that's kind of unfortunate. You know, Slew's like 8th place in NACL, so I feel really confident on the actual stage against them.
Fair enough. Well, the next part of that, I know you've talked a lot about how much this upcoming trip to Sao Paulo that you guys just earned means to you in particular. And there's also, you know, both you and Tomo, unfortunately, not playing for Dignitas this time around, but both of you guys now having opportunities to play international. What does this mean for you as you look for another opportunity to get back to LCS?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, he got the way cooler one. Like, he's going to Worlds, but like, this is like pretty cool to me. Whether like it's as cool as Worlds or not is whatever, but like, I'm super excited to go to Brazil. I really didn't know if I was going to keep playing this split after Dig dropped me, but it's always been a dream to play in a stadium, and I think, like, not just the LCS studio, I want to play in like a real stadium, so I'm like super excited to play. I think that's like a dream come true.
Yeah, that's awesome. Have you had other opportunities to travel internationally?
Never for League, no.
Never.
So
for
this
League.
is really
This is exciting. Yeah, a first time to go through. I'm really looking forward to see how you guys do there. But before I let you go, XU, congratulations so far. What shoutouts would you like to give?
I mean, shout out to my girlfriend, who's always supportive of me, Kat Liente, and shout out to my team and everyone who's here, and Cincinnati Fear for bringing us out here. I really think, like, if we were online, we would have lost long ago, because I was kind of losing my passion being like remote, and like, it really is isolating to play by yourself. So bringing us all here, like, it really reignited my passion, and I feel like it pulled us through this win. And yeah, thank you to them for bringing us out here.
Well, shout out to you, shout out to everyone involved on that. It's been exciting to see you guys. Congratulations, XU, on taking down this last one. You guys have a long week ahead of you, lots of scrims, lots of travel that you guys got to do, so I'm looking forward to seeing you guys in LA. But I'm going to go ahead and let you go for now and go talk to the C-tier caster, Deathrex, as we go ahead and get ready to close out.
Yeah, you and me, C tier, D tier, eh?
It's alright.
It is what it is. All my love for Fear. This is what they do to me. Nah. You know, it makes me really happy to hear the type of motivation that being in person with his team has really brought him, because I do think building that camaraderie with your teammates does mean a lot. We've seen what it has done for teams like Dragonsteel Maryville, for example.
Yeah, I'm really excited that both of these two teams that are currently setting up against each other, they're going to have to go head-to-head. It's going to be a rough one, but Deathrex, I'm going to go ahead and throw this one right on back to you, because we do have another interview coming up with the coach for FlyQuest NZXT, Rocco.
All right, Rocco, thank you for joining us, and welcome to the interview. 3rd place at the end of the season, a short where you want to be. I know it doesn't feel the best, but I do want you to talk to me about the season a little bit. This is a very talented roster, defending champions, plus a 2-time champ in Bradley. What was it like working with these players?
It was good. I liked working with these players. I think it was not easy because obviously our Spring Sphere was really good, but the just like quad was just really good, you know? Like, I know some people are saying like quad carried us to championship. I don't think that was really like that true, but obviously it's like so much better than everyone else, you know? So like it helped. But I think the thing we struggled with the most in summer was what quad did for us was like really valuable in game. Firstly, like how much space he created for everyone to play and like the direction he gave in game. And that was a bit harder to solve because we didn't really have naturally like someone that could fill that gap. So it was like a lot of growing pains in trying to teach, like implement certain systems and make certain people step outside their comfort zone to like pick up certain roles. And Bradley was also, he's a really good player, but his way of playing the game was like when he was with Spawn in TL before was really different from how we played the game of Quad. So that also sometimes made it just a little bit harder because you have like, as just brought us on regular seasons, like a huge disconnect on certain timers how we want to play, and that's not easy. Plus, yeah, there are just some external things this season, like people want to start retiring, right? Because obviously they're just not happy where it's going. So it's like it's just not easy, you know. It was quite hard, but overall, I think my players are really talented. I think they got better at the start of the year from where they were to where they're now, which is what mattered, you know? Like they improved.
Yeah.
Obviously, like, I mean, I've said it many times and it's like even way more cope to say after you lost. But FlyQuest Challengers was never a roster that's made to win a championship, you know? Like we are built to try and promote players to LCS, which we did in spring. And I'm sure we're doing some for next year too, you know? So in my opinion, I thought it was a successful year. Just obviously like sucks if you don't win, right? And like you don't get a championship, you know. But in reality, like that's not why I'm here. That's not where the players are here. Obviously you compete to try and win, right? Like everyone wants to do that, but that was never the priority. So I like my players. I think they're good. It was not easy, you know, but that's fine. Like that's part of it too. And at the end of the day, I'm proud of myself, what we did, and them. But it's okay.
So you were talking about Quad. We heard the same thing from Sajid last time he had his interview. Was there anyone who like kind of stepped up to take on some of these responsibilities and kind of lead the helm, if you will?
I mean, it's hard because I'm a sheer believer if you can't make a player something that they're not, you know? I've tried it many times in the past, like, okay, I need this from someone and I'm going to try to teach it to someone. But if someone's not naturally like a leader, like let's say a driver in game, they're never really going to learn. It's a very hard skill to learn, you know? So for us, it was just multiple people just having to step up more, right? Like Chime had to step up more, Surdy had to step up more, like drive the game more. It wasn't like one person specifically in the end, right? Like it's not like, oh shit, and became like shot caller. This is not really how the game works anyway, right? With one person most of the time. But everyone just had to step up. That was just the reality. But it was not like we had one person fill the void, just everyone had to carry their weight a bit more in like what they wanted to do. So, yeah.
Over the course of playoffs, what was preparation like to get ready for this and try and make that run to potentially Sao Paulo and Los Angeles?
It was quite hard because Chime started law school this week. So like we couldn't really scrim, like also like all the other teams like in person, right? Like they're boot camping and shit. Like we don't do that. So we just focus on the last like weeks. Like the thing is also like it's not even like you can really double down on like one identity, you know? It's like fearless. You don't even know which champs like picked. You have to like squeeze out so many champs and like just like it gets really crazy later on, you know? Like it was honestly pretty messed up. But what we did was just make very like just pinpoint specifically what's going like really wrong right now. What do we really have to do? And that was just like on certain timers, we just really had to play more together and like not be on the same page, but like just be willing to drop side waves to like get timers to like move and like get control and like be willing to fight when we're strong, which we did. And we improved on and made our games way easier. I think if we didn't solve that, we would have maybe gone like 6th place to be honest, but we did. And in reality, like, yeah, that's just what we had to do, and I think we improved on that, so that's like fine.
All part of the development, it's all part of the experience. Off of that note, Rocco, I would like to give the stage to you. Is there any shout outs you would like to give to players, staff, even family members? It's all you.
Well, firstly, I want to shout out Chris and Andrew, our general manager in CGL, because they decided to re-sign me at the end of last year and put a lot of faith in me that they want me to lead this program, and I really enjoyed that. Like I really like working here. It's just a great company. I feel very welcome, very appreciated. So my two bosses, big shout out. Then obviously all my players, they worked really hard this split. I had a really good time with them. I think Surdy's great. I think Shaden is really good too. Bradley had like really big shoes to fill, and I think he really tried really hard and did his best to like integrate himself into like a roster which is like so much out of his comfort zone how he played. And then Sujet's like full random rookie, you know, out of nowhere, absolutely talented. And Chime, just like such a mature, level-headed, experienced person, who's very nice to work with. So all my players, shout out to them. Also shout out to Quad, obviously. Like was very nervous at the start of the year because like in the past they're always doing academy programs, right? Like it's like so chill, like all the players are kind of dumb or bad, so like it's like really easy to work with them. So now it's like, oh damn, like this player is playing LSK, you know, like how do I move this person forward? And Quad made me believe in myself more because he basically confirmed my insecurities, what I thought I was not good at, and made me feel better about myself, and like basically confirm that I feel like I'm a really good coach, and he says that too, like he valued me a lot, so that's like very useful, because then I feel like just better about myself, and like just everything becomes easier. And yeah, shout out to my players, shout out to the org, shout out to Empire or analysts who helped me out the last days, and then just shout out to Fear. Like I think they were a great opponent today. I know there's like some beef. I want to say I would have loved to keep Winston and Philip, but like that just didn't work out, you know, like it was just unlucky. But I like their players. I think they're great, and I like their org. Like I respect them. I also respect I respect all of the teams we played. The STL too, they're really so good. So just like shout out to NACL. This was like so many shout outs, you know, like there's just like I'm just really grateful for everything, you know, this whole experience.
Season,
like
man. Go ahead.
It's the end of the season, like I'm just happy I got to do this, you know. Like it was just a great year. I'm happy I can earn a living from teaching kids how to get better playing a video game and trying to win something. But yeah, just Chris and Andrew, my players, NACL, all the teams. Shout out my girlfriend. She's goated. She's in Berlin right now on vacation, sadly, but that's chill. Yeah, and for the rest, yeah, go ahead.
It feels like a very bittersweet moment for you.
No, I don't give a fuck, to be honest. Oh. It's like chill.
Right.
Either we win or we lose.
Is that all the shoutouts you'd like to give, Rocco?
That's all the shoutouts. I will pay to find myself if I have to.
All right, thank you so much for joining us. I know it can be a little bit tough after a game like that, but we look forward to the future of a lot of your players and even you yourself. So thank you for joining us for this interview, man.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring back Josh and start to close out this day. Man, it's always sad in moments like that. I can imagine how much it does weigh on you to know you were just one away, ending third. You needed that second place, but still having that positive head on your shoulders is what I really admire, because at the end of the day, it's not just about winning the NACL, it's promoting into the LCS. So having that mentality, spot on.
Yeah, I really like to see that. There's a lot of future for a lot of these players. Hopefully we'll get to see them again. This time it didn't work out. Maybe on another day they could have taken the exact same draft and done a whole lot better, but it is still a very strong roster, a very strong set of players. But regardless, that does get us very close to the end as we are starting to look towards the very end of the season. We do have finals coming up. We do have a whole week off before then, but that doesn't mean that we're entirely done with gameplay over the next week, because we are starting the spring promotion tournament for the teams that did not have an opportunity to play in this playoffs, going up against the OQ teams in order to see which teams will be part of the Challengers League next split.
That's going to be so much fun once we do get there and start doing these promotion games, which are coming up right away. As you said, it is the next week.
Tomorrow.
Before we head to Sunday, which is a reminder, now we have our finals matchup really laid out right here for the Riot Games Arena that's going to take place next Sunday, which, again, it's in Los Angeles. Riot Games Arena. You're at the YouTube arena if you're watching LCS Finals, so come join us for the NACL. Off of that note, let's go ahead and start wrapping up. Let's pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5. Take a look at some of these stats.
Wow, look at that. I'm seeing a lot of Blue Otter 4 members coming through there, but I mean, with the number of teams and the quality of teams that we still had left in the bracket, it's no surprise to see how close a lot of these numbers really are. I do got to give a shout out to Scary Jerry, though, as the only member of Dragonsteel, and also over 3 minutes faster in the fastest ADC kill. I want to see that number below 1 minute next time we have an opportunity to do it, but it is still a pretty impressive performance.
Another shout out to Samikin, because he was a player that I was very excited to see over the course of this summer. I mean, really standout rookie play, finishing 5th was Blue Otter. Same thing with Supernova players here. You know, Toasty is another one that was developing Pretty quirky in terms of his play, but looked fantastic to get this far in. Let's go ahead and pull off the playoffs bracket so we can see just how we got here. Some of these teams we were talking about, we've said goodbye to so many of them. It is very bittersweet to me, even if it's not to Rocco. But now you can see right there, our finals is decided. Dragonsteel Maryville, here Starforge.
And looking at this one, yet again, it definitely feels as though these have been the top two teams for so much of the league, coming through the first seed and the second seed. Fear had to defend their spot multiple times against FlyQuest, the third seed, but they end up finding their way back to this rematch up against Dragonsteel. And, you know, we'll get to see how prophetic XU really was when he was talking about, hey, no, we gave that one on purpose. This time, we're going to be on stage. We've seen what happens when they choke up in C-Lol and they lost to Slew. Like, look at that. Those guys were 8th place in the regular season Challengers League. It should be a fantastic time, and with the experience that the Fear Starforge players have, should be a very fun series.
I'm not gonna lie, first thing I'm gonna start asking staff is, can we get the all chats out? Because I know both of these teams are very spicy, man. It's gonna be a fun one to see again. That is next Sunday at the Riot Games Arena, 3 p.m. It will be taking place live on the stage. A lot of these players, especially for Dragonsteel, I imagine it's going to mean a lot for them to get a second chance at that finals. Fear Starforge, it's the farthest we've seen the org go. Tremendous talent on it. Let's start wrapping up now, because I am tired. I know you're tired as well. Our audience might be tired. Our players are tired. Let's just send it home, man. A big thank you to our staff, everyone who's working in production. Cynthia, I'm gonna say it a few times now because I have to make up for it. Emery, Caddy, Kai, all of our observers. Shout out to the player.
B, who I'm not sure what they're doing, but they dropped in for the broadcast today, so thanks to B.
Thank you for showing up, B. A shout out to all the players, the staff who work, such as Rocco, who work with these players, that give us a league to cover in the first place. And a big thank you to you for tuning in to our beautiful mugs.
Don't forget to
subscribe. Putting us a little bit higher on some of your caster tier lists. So of course, do not forget to subscribe. 50% of the proceeds do go to the players themselves. But for the casting desk, my name is Eric Desrox-Beltran. That over there, Joshua Joshi Howard. I want to thank you so much for joining us. And we'll see you next time. Keep in mind, this week we got promotions. Next Sunday, it's the finals. Don't miss any of it. See you later.
Thank you.